Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon. Thanks for 4 months, Haxvolt. Thank you so much. God, I'm so late. I'm sorry. I wanted to stream at like 10 a.m. and it's 2 p.m. Yeah, things happen. What can I say? Hey, Skisman. Thanks for 78 months. Hello. Welcome back. Where are you? Well, first of all, I didn't manage to sleep until like 11:30 or so yesterday. And I didn't sleep... I barely slept for like past week, it felt like. So I figured I had to sleep 8 hours. So I slept until like 8 a.m. And then... Let me think, what did I do then? I researched some stuff that was important, okay? Then I went for a run. And I took the trash. So I had this like genius idea. Because Marlies wanted to, Marlies asked if I'm gonna come for a coffee. So I had this genius idea that I'm gonna run to her place, right? But then I also wanted to take the trash to the recycling area. So I figured, oh, I'm just gonna take a backpack and put the trash in there. And on my way to Marlies, I'm gonna take a little bit of a, sideways stop. And then I'm gonna go to the recycling thing, put the trash there, and then go to Marlies. So I have this backpack with all of this trash. And I had cans in there, like tuna cans and whatnot. And as I was running, when you have like a bag of cans and it makes this noise. So I was running through like a path where a lot of people are walking or going with their dogs and whatever. So I was running that path, and I'm sure the people thought, like, what the fuck is this woman doing? She's running with a backpack, and there's like cans in there or something. So yeah. Anyway, so I did that, and then I went to Marlies' place for like 20 minutes or so. Caught up on some stuff with her. And with the twins. The twins are so stylish. I can't show you. But they're cute as fuck. They have these caps now. Oh my god, it's so nice. They're so cute. Yeah, he's so cute. Wait, I'm gonna show you. I just put a sticker on his face. He's such a cutie pie. I'm not alone. Look at him. Look, how cute is he? He's wearing the Naguura jacket. You can't see the logo, but... And he has, like, the hat. So cute. Cutie pies. But yeah, then I went grocery shopping. And it took me a little while because... Dude, I don't know. It takes me forever to go grocery shopping nowadays because... Apparently I need to just eat so much protein and... fucking no, it's difficult, okay? Thanks for 60 months of this, so what's up? Thank you so much. And then I had to go to the pharmacy to get my eye drops. And then I put everything in my backpack and then I walked home. Which took me forever. And while I was walking home, I organized a bunch of stuff with the apartment and stuff. Like I called the construction guy. And I called another company that I'm gonna go to tomorrow. about some other apartment stuff. And then when I got back here, I had to call. Did I tell you about this already? Like next Sunday, there is a Freizeitmesse. I know, it's like a convention. It's not a convention. It's a. Man, I asked this already and I forgot. You know when there's like a big hall, like a big empty warehouse, and sometimes you book the warehouse to do a convention or to do something else. Is it called a convention? I mean, I don't know if it's called a convention, if it's... I mean, it's public, like, people can come there. Is it called a convention? Maybe. It's basically themed around... What is Freizeit in English? Dude, this is so difficult to explain. What is Freizeit? You know when you're not working? Free time, yeah. So basically, there's a convention about free time activities. So anything that people do in their free time. Well, okay, not anything, but you know what I mean. So it's gaming. It's also any kind of sport activities. It's just all basically any kind of fun activity you could do in your free time, and it's a convention about it. Hobbies? No, not really hobbies. No, it's not all kinds of hobbies. It's more like sports and gaming, I guess. I don't know. It's literally called the Free Time Convention, so I don't know how to explain this. But anyway, they invited me to go there to like the gaming part of it. So I talked to Chris and figured out what I'm doing there. So basically, I'm gonna go there at 9 a.m. Then I'm gonna just hang out, meet some people, and then there's like a Q&A that lasts 2 hours, I think. Kind of a long time. And then there's loads and loads of like food trucks. And then I'm gonna, like in the afternoon, I'm gonna play Beat Saber and other games where people can compete against me, which should be pretty fun. And then I'm gonna do an IRL stream there as well for like half an hour or so at like 4 p.m. approximately. And yeah, we just talked a little bit about what we do when. Thank you so much for converting your sub, Kexi. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Chris is the person that organizes the gaming part of the convention. He's not like an IRL friend of mine. There's more South Orleans that are not part of my friend group. Spare time convention, yeah, something like that. Yeah, see, the thing with the protein is that I want to eat enough protein, but I do not want to get protein from any kind of like powders. Which honestly is a bit difficult. I want to eat normal foods. I don't want to have protein powder or any other powder stuff. Broccoli. I'm pretty sure broccoli has protein in it. Pretty sure it doesn't. Broccoli's protein. It has 2.8 grams out of 100 grams. That's not a lot. That's certainly not a lot. But you can eat a lot of well, actually, can you? No, I know. I do know the foods that have protein in it. It's just, it's okay. Let's talk about something else. All right. But anyway, I'm doing that next Sunday. And I just today realized, because David is coming as well. And I just realized that maybe they would want David to talk about his thing as well. It's like, because if it's a spare time thing, I'm sure there's something about biking as well. So it's like, maybe we just like do a 2-in-1 thing where I talk about gaming and he talks about biking. Thanks for 38 months, Jessica. What's up? Well, David's thing is biking. David is in Spain right now, by the way, with his with Flo and his work colleagues. They're in Sevilla. Well, actually, they were in Sevilla. I think now today they're going to some other place. I'm going to Spain with him next month. They're not done a cycling holiday in Spain before. It's wonderful. I can imagine. Don't think they're biking though. They're more like drinking. A lot of drinking. Okay. Anyway. So did that. And tomorrow I have to leave somewhat early at around 2 p.m. because I have an appointment at some company that does tiles for the garden of my apartment and I have to pick them. And then I'm doing my lashes. So I'll have to leave at 2. So that means tomorrow I'm actually streaming early. Tomorrow is happening. Today I can stream until like 8, so also not that long. But something. Like, it's not that bad. Telologist and the lashologist. Yes, exactly. He's preparing to keep up with your spoon ring. He better. He better prepare. He better prepares his liver. Alright. Amy is coming today at like, actually probably around now. Hey Arvia, what's up? You're welcome, Adissa, you're welcome. But yeah, I was being very efficient today. I did organize so much stuff. Incredible. While walking. I already did, wait, let me see. 12,000 steps. Yeah. Incredible, huh? Okay. Okay, let me show you some alpha footage. Down on my knees. Like the rest of the dungeon. But yeah, I also I didn't tell you any London stories. London was great. I talked a lot to Michelle and Annie on the first day. And Andrea and Mike. So Gingy and his girlfriend. We went for dinner. Oh, and Sko was there as well. I mean, there's, you know, like, there's like a million content creators over there. I didn't actually think that there's gonna be that many content creators that are actually gonna be there. And then Sko's girlfriend, Adeline, which is, by the way, a really nice name. She's so nice. I love her. Hey, Lexi, what's up? I already talked about the Moonkin Talent tree yesterday. We might actually upload a YouTube video about that. Today, even. My editor said he can get a video up today about the first impression on the tree. And sorry about my look today, but because I was so late, because I was running earlier, right? So I didn't get ready in the morning. I was running and then I was like sweating. And then I was thinking, you know what? When I get back home, I'm gonna take a shower and get ready. And then it was already so late that I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna stream like this. So I just threw on this hoodie here, which is, by the way, the War Within hoodie, which is beautiful. And I didn't put up makeup. And I was like, this is just how I'm gonna look today. This is the lazy Thursday look. No shower. I smell really bad. I'm glad you can't smell it. You made a mistake in a class tree? What mistake? Let me full screen this. There we go. Can you take the barkskin bubble? You mean the absorb shield from using barkskin? Can't believe you're calling it a mistake. Hey Danny, what's up? Do we have a time for when alpha drops? Probably in 5 hours. Ish, maybe? I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't know, actually. 83, what's up? Didn't see me Liquid merch, didn't see me Echo merch, and now she's stealing me Blizzard merch either. I'm starting to think it might not happen. Yeah, I totally was thinking about getting a hoodie as well, and then they just didn't have one. I totally would have got a new one if they had one. For sure. Then I met D3 as well. D3 and the other guy. Who? Yeah, who? Thanks for 13 man, Anders. What's up? Thank you so much. Welcome back. You met Kid in day 3, which was actually pretty funny because I told him like a million times. Like, first I was like, we should do something. And then, oh, I don't have time after all. Oh, maybe I do have time. Let's do something. It's like, actually, I don't have time after all. And then I figured I'm just gonna like go for dinner with like the content creators and just like invite my guild friends to it. Cause, you know, then I can do both at the same time. I had such little time in London. It was crazy. I wanted to do so many things and ended up doing nothing. Or barely anything. I didn't even see Buckingham Palace even though it was right there. Like, I literally could have walked like 5 minutes and I would have seen it, but I did not have time ever. Which sucked a bit. I wanted to do a little bit of a sightseeing, like, walk, but yeah, it's, just what it is. But yeah, so on the last day we went for dinner with Sko, Adeline, Gingy, Andrea, and our French ladies. Oh my god, I actually forgot her name. Their names. Cindris, I believe, is her in-game name? Or her, like... I think so, at least. I think it was a cosplayer. I might be wrong, though. And then the other content creator. I think I never even introduced myself to them. Ever. Now that I think about it. Also, where was Ken? Oh, Ken left already. Yeah. But yeah, we went to this restaurant. Like a steakhouse. It was pretty good. I ended up eating... I ate beef tartare as a first course and then a vegan burger as my second course, which is perfectly fitting. This is like raw meat and then like a vegan burger afterwards. It was great. But I ate all day yesterday. No, was it yesterday? No, the day before. Shit, I don't know. What was it? Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday. There was just so much food. Like, first we had breakfast at the hotel, obviously. Like, you have free breakfast. Of course, you're gonna eat breakfast. And then we went to the venue where we could play Alpha. And where we had the interview with, like, the developers and stuff. And they just had perma had food there. Like, there were snacks, muffins, fruit. And then they had lunch there. Which was funny because they literally had, like... protein lunch. There's like protein porridge bowls or whatnot, and then there was protein like salads and what. It's like, what the hell? This is amazing. And then I ate a cheeseburger. I met Holly, yes. Twice already. I met Holly in London and then met her at BlizzCon too. I did see Kusa as well. I did not like talk to him though. I also did not talk to Holly either, by the way. A protein cheeseburger? Well, a cheeseburger has protein by default, because it has cheese in it and meat. So, yeah. Avoid bread? No. Why would you avoid bread? That's dumb. Bread is delicious. Thanks for 6 months, Pulverizer. What's up? Bread makes you fat. This is just wrong. That is incorrect. It does not make you fat. That is not how that works. If you want to say it has a lot of carbs, then that is correct, yes. Carbs don't by default make you fat, though. Just if you eat a lot of them. He knows what I look like, but I don't know what D3 looks like. If it helps, I've forgotten what you look like entirely. actually crazy. I have this thing. Where I know a person like online, and I don't know what they look like, and then I will see a picture of them, or even like meet them IRL, and then I will afterwards still forget what they look like. Like if I think about it, I will remember, but I don't like imagine them when I like talk to them. You know what I mean? Is this awkward? Because when you know a person online and you don't know what they look like, then you don't make like you don't have a picture in your head, I guess. Not necessarily, but like somewhat. It's like this being, I guess. And then when you meet the person, you know what they look like, but when you go back to not seeing them, you go like I at least go back to whatever I was thinking when I did not know what they looked like. I know. Avoid white bread and eat oat breads. Listen, guys, I'm not trying. Please do not give me nutrition advice. Please. I do not need advice. I'm gonna eat as much bread as I feel like. Who's vacuuming? It's actually the washing machine. I can close the door. This is a jet. Protein still. Yeah, like I understand it. I mean, listen, I literally just said that I want to eat a certain amount of protein. That doesn't mean that everything I eat is protein. In fact, that would be very bad. I do in fact want to eat other things that are not protein as well. Hey Camo, what's up? And again, still not asking you for advice, guys. No advice, please. You must eat whole raw cows and an entire lentil farm. You know what? That's the first good advice I've heard, Odessa. Thank you so much. I will make sure to eat a raw cow. With, which kind of cow, actually? Can you be a bit more specific? Hey, Kendo. Alright. Then I want to go for dinner in this restaurant, but I want some people to come with me, and I've asked them and they haven't answered yet. And I'm not sure if I should go tomorrow or on Saturday. Maybe Saturday would be nicer. Oh wait, I asked Lisa and she's not even here. I remembered. Oops. I forgot she's not here. Thank you, Sim. I think so as well. I think I will do that. When I have time to level up and play, one can't choose between Druid tank DPS or Pala tank DPS to be able to do content. Should I choose? It literally doesn't matter. You can do both. What is it you're looking for with those two classes? Like whatever is easier, or would you rather play melee or ranged? Would you, I don't know. Would you whatever is better in Mythic Plus, or whatever is better in raiding or PvP? Like, what is your what is you want to do with these classes? For season 4, the War Within. Okay. You don't want to raid? Okay. Being able to touch most content I already have, I'm at 70. Honestly, like, flip a coin. Flip a coin. There's literally no one that can tell you what you should be playing for season 4 and the War Within. Whatever you enjoy more. And if you enjoy both equally, then flip a coin. Like, I'm not joking. I know you want me to answer and just tell you one of the things. I know you want me to say play Paladin or play Druid. But the thing is, either of them could be good, either of them could be bad. At any moment of the War Within, any moment of season 4. So, like, you know, this is like a 2-year span that you're asking for, right? Because the War Within is going to be at least 1.5 years expansion, plus until it comes out. So within 2 years, a million things can happen, right? And if you really only want to play one, just flip a coin, yeah. Hey Jens, thank you so much for 79 months. Appreciate that. Dankeschön. How are you doing? Happy almost Friday. Thanks for 6 months to you as well, Scaranox. Thank you. Welcome back. It's just a difficult decision. I just don't want to play Demon Hunter because everyone plays it. It's not a difficult decision. As I said, just flip a coin. Like, there is no good or bad choice here. So you either play what you enjoy more. That would be the first thing that I would suggest. And if you enjoy both equally, then you can literally RNG pick it. Like, you literally flip a coin. I'm not joking. Like, I actually am serious. Thank you so much for the sub, Echo G Grim. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Hey, Flowers. Have you played any of the classic versions of WoW? What did you think of it? So I did play classic... The classic? Well, first of all, I played Vanilla back then. And then I played the classic version of Vanilla. Then I played a little bit of BC, Burning Crusade as well. I played SOD, the first phase. And honestly, I did not enjoy any of them. None. It's not my thing. I might, like, the only thing that I did not try is, like, played with, like, a plan in mind. Because I've just casually played it by myself. All of these versions of Classic. And to me, that was boring. But when I talked to Mike Gingy, he said that maybe if I would play it with, like, a bunch of friends or like a guild or like a project in mind, then I might enjoy it. Which is similar to like something like Final Fantasy XIV, like when I did this project with Max. Because that one I enjoyed a lot. So I think I just need a plan or a project going in and then I might enjoy it. But I haven't planned anything at the moment. Thank you so much for the 37 months. Coffee, what's up? How are you doing? Happy almost Friday to you as well. Thank you so much for Hype Train. I, again, got this, like, alert. I was like, what the hell is going on? Thank you very much. And thanks for 3 months, Crixer. Thank you very much. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Do you remember Kada Booking well, trying to decide on Boomy or my traditional cat for Kata. Booking? What do you mean? Do you mean... Wait, let me think. Cataclysm. In Cataclysm, let me think of the raids. So it was next Ramos first? No. Was that next Ramos first? What was Cataclysm? Next Ramos, Firelands, Dragon Soul? Right? Or did I just... Was there anything else? Wait, was there even next Ramos? Or that was ICC, right? Oh, Bastion of Twilight, Nefara, and Red. Yeah, I remember that now. I don't necessarily remember balancing that well. I do remember that in Dragon Soul, Mage was broken as fuck. And Rogue. Rogue and Mage were super broken in Dragon Soul. In Firelands, Moonkin was really good. Especially later on. Then Bastion, if I don't remember that much about those raids. Yeah, the Bastion, I don't remember exactly. It was good there. Yeah, I think was Hunter like okay? I don't remember. I mean, you can just look at old kill views and stuff and look at the damage meters if you would want to pick whatever is best there. We're almost through the video and I haven't even watched it since the talk was so interesting. Yeah. Yeah, so in case you're wondering what's going on, I'm showing footage from Alpha. This is the Cinderbrew Meadery, which is one of the dungeons of the War Within. I played this in London on like an internal test server. I also met Knut, by the way. Knut was there too, in London. Man, on the very last day, when I went for dinner with D3 Kin and like the other WoW creators, at some point while I was at dinner, I figured out when I have to wake up the next day. And it turned out I had to wake up at like 2:30 or like 3 because I need to like get an Uber to the airport. And D3 tried to convince me that I can be there like super late. And I'm so glad that I didn't listen to D3. Because there were actually so many people at the airport. Which was crazy because I got to the airport at like, let me think, at 4:30. Yeah, I was at the airport at 4:30 and it was full of people. 4:30 on a Wednesday. I was so confused. Like, I don't know why there were so many people. So I had to wait quite a long time for to drop my bag off. Even though it's like the self drop off where you go in and like there's a machine, right? So that one took a long time. There's a queue. And then the security queue was really long as well. The airport was literally just full of people at that time, which was insane. I don't know why. And then I think I only had like 10 minutes. Like once I went through security, my flight was basically boarding already 10 minutes later. So just barely made it. But yeah, I only slept for like 2.5 hours or so before I had to get up again. And so I was obviously incredibly tired. And then I slept in the plane to Verona because I had to drive. I had my car in Verona. And the drive is like 3 hours. So I slept in a plane and I was so tired. I slept until we landed, basically. Like I woke up as the plane like landed. So I was like all, sleepy and whatnot when I woke up. And the only thing that I had with me in the plane was my headset, a purse, but a really small purse, and that's it, and my phone. So you would think that I would not forget anything in the plane, right? Because I literally only have 3 things that I have to remember. And the headset, I don't need to think about it because it's around my neck. But I somehow managed to leave the plane with leaving my purse behind. Like, I picked up my phone and I left without picking up my purse. So I leave the airplane, and there were buses. I leave the airplane with my phone. I even took a video as I leave the airplane for my Instagram. That's how I thought. It's like, yeah, Instagram video, let's go. Then I go into the bus. I'm still all tired. I go into the bus. I drive to the bus drives us to the airport. I go into the airport, and as I enter the airport, I'm like, oh, I forgot my purse. So with my tired brain, I look around and I see people leave the airplane still. And I was like, oh, maybe I can go back and like quickly pick up the purse. So I got out of the airplane, there's a security guy, and I'm like, hey, can I go back? Sorry, I forgot my bag. And he's like, go. So I go. All of these people are leaving the airplane, right? I wait for them to all leave. Then I go in, and the purse not there. So the flight attendants are like, which seat? I was like, yeah, it was 22A. It's not there. And they're like, we haven't seen anything. Like, I don't know. And then I was like, you know what? Maybe someone else picked it up, like some other passenger, and like brought it to Lost and Found. Then, okay, I was like, fine, I guess. Then I leave the airplane, and I turn around, and the airplane was Ryanair, and I flew with EasyJet. So I'm like, oh, this is literally the wrong plane. And then I remembered I took a bus from the airplane to the airport. Of course, it wasn't that airplane. I literally walked into the wrong airplane to find my purse. And I only realized after that, how could it possibly have been the airplane when we took a bus to the airport? Makes no sense. Deze 65 man Schattenwahn. But yeah, anyway, then I was like, okay, well, I guess I'm just gonna go in. So I go into the airport, and immediately there's passport control. Yeah, so I'm like, oh, I don't have my passport. It's in my bag. What the fuck to do? So, so I just waited there at the line, and then when it was my turn, I told the lady, hey, I forgot my purse in the airplane, and it has my passport in it. I said this in English, and she's like, "Oh, which plane, which seat, blah blah blah." And then she goes, and this whole hall is empty, the passport control. So there's no one there other than all of the security people, the police, this lady, and me, right? And then she goes, and she's like, "Oh, they're gonna check, and they're gonna whatever." And then as they were waiting for them to come back, I waited in the line, like I waited away from them a little bit. And then they spoke Italian to each other, and I obviously like I understand Italian. But they didn't know that I understand Italian. So they were like three guys and one lady, and then they spoke to each other and they're like, so what's going on with her? And she goes, oh, she forgot her passport in the airplane. I asked the flight attendant to check, blah blah blah. And then he's like, oh shit, well that sucks. I hope they like found it. Otherwise, we're gonna have a problem. She doesn't have a passport. I'm not sure if she can enter the country or whatever. They probably assumed I'm from the UK. I'm sure I would have been able to enter the country even without a passport, being an Italian citizen, but I don't know, who knows. Uh, the thing is, I found my passport on my phone, but my phone ran out of battery. So not only did I not have a passport, I also could not find, like, I also did not have battery in my phone. So I couldn't show any proof of who I am. But anyways, they were like talking about me. They were like, oh, look at her, like, blah, blah, blah. And then at some point, one of the guys said, she's hot. And then the other guy was like, yeah, kind of. And then the lady was like, ah, oh, shut up. Be right back 1 second. And they were just standing there talking about me in Italian, thinking that I wouldn't understand them. And then it was so funny because when I got my bag back, I picked out my passport, and of course it's an Italian passport. So the guy looked at it like, oh, and he like turned like red in his face. He like blushed. Thanks for 53 months, Twitter. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Okay, one moment. I'm gonna let Amy in and talk to her for a little bit, okay? I'm so confused. Someone messaged me. That they got a mail. They got mail for me. But I've never even heard this company before. Oh, because their last name is the same as mine. This is like an accountant. And his last name is the same as mine. And the accountant is called my last name and another last name. And they somehow gave them a letter for me. Like a physical letter. How does that happen? It's like it's in a different city or a different town. What the fuck? That is so messed up. Now they're asking where they should put it. I guess I have to pick it up? I don't know. Okay. So. You should have thanked him after, would have been funny. No, I didn't say anything. He just said, like, he looked at the passport, saw that it's Italian, blushed a bit, and then he was like, he basically said, oh, so you forgot, or you lost your passport? Which was a weird question because he already knew all of this. Because they literally had spoken about it. So he was like, you forgot your passport? And I was like, yeah, I forgot my purse in the plane. Which I managed to say in Italian, by the way. But yeah, that was pretty funny. Maybe, Chorus, maybe. Which was good that I asked in Italian then. And then I had to buy a charger. I don't know what was wrong with this UK charger, because the UK has different plugs. So I had to buy a charger in the UK because I had forgotten my adapters that I have here. So I had to buy a charger. And it just never worked. I'm not sure if the issue was the actual charger itself or if it was the plugs in the hotel. But they didn't work. So my phone just kept being out of battery. And it was just not charging overnight. So when I went to the airport at 3 a.m. in the morning, I barely had any battery left. And then I had to, I actually needed battery in my phone. Because otherwise I didn't have GPS to get back home. I'm sure I would have found the highway even without GPS, but I just wanted to make sure that I find my way back. So I had to buy another charger in Verona. I bought like a car charger, which to be fair, it's useful anyway. Like the one that he put in the cigarette thingy, the lighter. Did you play Mage? He played Mage, yeah. I'm not sure. I think he played Frostfire Mage or whatever. Yeah, it is. This hoodie here. Sakura. I keep forgetting her name. What's her name? Xelatath. Oh my god, how can I possibly remember this name? Xelatath. Xel. I don't remember this name. This is such a weird name. Xelatath. Yeah, I'm playing without hands. It's magic. This hoodie is really cool though. And she asked me, like Varia, she asked me which size I want. And I was so close to saying I want like S or M, like a normal fit. And then I realized I need like oversized hoodies. Because how cute are oversized hoodies? So you just wear them as a dress. And this hoodie's XL. And it's so comfy. It's so nice to wear oversized hoodies. It's the best thing. I love it. From now on, I'm only gonna get hoodies in XL. Okay, I had to create a horde character because my alliance character was not able to queue with the other people for the dungeon. I can show you the other dungeon as well. Give me a moment. Okay, the question is when do I pick up this this letter if it's in the city? Whew. When do I drive there? Never. Not soon. Actually, wait. Can drive there tomorrow. After my... Yeah, I can go there tomorrow, actually. Before I go to the lashes appointment. Let me write this down. I'm gonna upload a video about the hero talents later today, probably. Or tomorrow latest. So this dungeon here, the Rookery, only has 3 bosses. One thing that I already kind of dislike is this part here that you fly from one platform to the next. I'm never a fan of that. Because then you're always just so limited in what you can do. So the thing is, this dungeon looks cool, but yeah, the restrictions in platforms, I'm not sure I'm a fan. For and plus reasons. So I pulled the boss here. It's funny because I pulled the boss and then somebody talked to me in real life. And I had to I was like half AFK. This one you have to line of sight, this unstable charge. Because it does damage to everyone in line of sight. It's interesting. And then he does this lightning torrent here. I kept walking into this trash back here. Listen, I was not aware. I was speaking to someone IRL. Thankfully, Sally have been back. Wait, what changes would you make to Siege of Barrels to make it fun again, since everyone's throwing a fit about it? Or just make the thing not do friendly fire damage? It's that simple, isn't it? Or? Or what exactly are people complaining about with Siege? Please keep friendly fire on? No, it's horrible. No, friendly fire or anything like that is just horrible design in my opinion. Hate it. Yeah, and then you jump down here and they have these feathers. I think they give you like... It's like a slow fall. Add an extra action button, I just didn't see it. I know what the extra action button actually does though, when you activate it. Is there friendly fire in Toligor? In Toligor you get the cannons. If you're watching the footage and you see me doing weird stuff, just keep in mind I was like I was in a venue with other people. So like people were speaking to me and I was like distracted and stuff. Like Balustrade and the like yeah. So here's the thing, like I did play Moonkin obviously in the War Within, but I couldn't really judge it that well because I didn't have add-ons, I didn't have proper bindings, I was disconnecting half the time, I didn't have damage meters. Like it's really hard to judge without all of these things and without properly like thinking about it as well. Like I wasn't properly thinking about Moonkin, I was more thinking about like doing a dungeon and, you know, getting as much done as possible to record. So it seems mostly similar to what we have now. Like there haven't been any major reworks. Like it's not that Eclipse is deleted or, you know, that we don't cast Wrath or Starfire anymore. Like most of the things are still somewhat similar. Of course, there's the hero talents that change the gameplay a decent amount, but that's about it, right? I'm not gonna push for a title now. Fuck it. I don't care. Now that we have alpha access and all that stuff, I'm just not gonna get the title. It is what it is. Hey, security, what's up? Isn't that the problem, looking at the game just based on add-ons? What do you mean? There's no problem. I just had very little time to play alpha, like to form an opinion. Even without add-ons, I would be able to form an opinion about Moonkin eventually. It's just something that you're used to, you know? It's not necessarily a problem. It's just a habit. Like if you play with a certain interface, user interface, and then you don't play with that interface anymore, then you're gonna have a hard time seeing things, doing things, like, because, you know, things are at different locations, you look at different stuff, like, it's just different. It would be the same for me if I had, like, let's say I usually play with 0 add-ons, and then during the alpha test I would have played with loads of them. Then I would have had the same issue, that I wouldn't see what's going on, or where, or when, and I wouldn't be able to form an opinion as much. So it has nothing to do with add-ons being an issue or anything, it just means that I play with a different interface that I usually have. Okay, here my character bugged out, actually. Hey, Aska Gaming, what's up? So here my character bugged and I was not able to do anything anymore. Because of the loot window. And then unfortunately I did not manage to log in again for a while. Once I Alt F4'd. Gingy had the same problem because we looted this item here. Or we tried looting this item. Where is it? This kilt. And I think it was not supposed to be for me. Maybe this is like a warband issue or something. I think it might be a bug with warbands because it gave me this cloth item, presumably because of that. And then I couldn't loot it. And then it just bugged my character. Was there any Shadow Priest influencer / streamer for the alpha testing? Like, honestly, I don't know what half the people played that were there. I don't know. Not from the people that I know what they play. Yeah, not any of them at least. But it doesn't matter, guys. Like, it doesn't matter because alpha is gonna be live literally in a few hours. So finally get to steal loot from other players in my dungeon. I like the outdoor plate set more than any of the tier sets so far. I haven't actually looked at all the tier sets. Did they put them somewhere? Let me look at the Wowhead article. Yeah, this is where my character just bugged out and then I couldn't log in anymore. Unfortunately. Wait, 3,701 is the title at the moment? That is so low. Really? I mean, it's still much more than... Like, I would still have to farm too much. Nah, fuck it, I'm not doing this. I don't want title. I don't care. Okay. Okay, so these are like the official changes to the plus scaling and stuff. We knew all of this, right? There's nothing like crazy. So dungeon checkpoints added after defeating Gulping Goliath. Ooh, nice. Finally. Normalize the spawn rate of crashing tsunami during the gauntlet. Normalize the spawn rate of crashing tsunami during the gauntlet. What's crashing tsunami again? Is that just the waves? Hey Ace, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, we don't know for sure if alpha is going to be up, but it should be in approximately 4 hours. If it's going to be up today. Apparently the NA creators knew when alpha is going to be up, and they said it's going to be at 7 today. I did not know. I thought it would be yesterday at 7, honestly, but... So, it's the waves in the gauntlet, so that just means that it's going to be left, right, or something? I guess that's it, right? Then containment apparatus, containment beams, damage has been reduced by 42%. Thank you. Permanent Scale Singer. Wind Buffet has been removed. Thunderstorm has been removed. Now uses Thunder Strike. Inflicts nature damage to all players within 7 yards of impact. Wait, what was Wind Buffet again? It's Thunderstorm. Gale Singer. Oh, Wind Buffet was just... Wasn't that just a single target hit on a tank, like a cast that you can interrupt? Hey, Calandra. And what's Thunderstorm? Oh, Thunderstorm was just the thing on the ground, right? The puddle on the ground. And Wind Buffet? I don't remember. Oh, whatever. I guess they just changed the Gale Singer a bit. Then Earthshaker Rumbling Earth Rim Visual will no longer clip into the terrain. Okay, nice. Encounters. Watch Iridius. Then if it's now has a visual during cast. Oh, cool. Power Overload now has a rim visual around afflicted players. Power Overload. Oh, you can see like the AoE. Like you can see where the pedal drops. I would assume. That would be a big circle though. Power Field now gradually grows to its full size. Oh. Ooh, that is very nice. That is very cool. So you're gonna play that boss very differently now. You don't have to do like the mass spell and then like jump or like sprint out of it. Kitchen down yielding added rim visuals on ice boulders that will trigger avalanche. Ah, okay, that is also convenient. That makes it a lot easier. Castaway now occurs at 50% health with 100% energy. Oh, so only once? Oh, wow, okay. That makes that boss a lot faster. Then Ashervault. Increase the timer of Ashervault by 1 minute. Cool. Crystal Fury. Piece of Shard now has a precast visual. Okay. Piece of Shard's impact area has been reduced. Okay, nice. Conjured Lash or Mystic Vapor will now be cast less frequent and good. Arcane Tender Erratic Growth cast time has been increased to 3.5. What's 2.5? Oh, nice. So you need less interrupts. Ansel Corridor Heavy Tome will now be cast less frequently. Okay. Shoulder Slam Knocks Back has been removed. Shoulder Slam now inflicts physical damage, increased physical damage taken by 10%. Shoulder Slam will now be cast less frequently. Okay, so there's just nerfed a bunch of mobs in here. Then Laymore Erupting Fissure now follows current target players. Erupting Fissures now follow current target players. Erupting Fissures. Who is Laymore again? Is that the first boss? What is Erupting Fissures? Isn't that just as the circle that spawns the trees? Oh, that you kill the trees with? What's a tank hit? Ah, I see. Okay. Okay. Azure Blade reduce the frequency of periodic damage from overwhelming energy to... Okay, so just less AoE damage. Umbral Skull, Oppressive Miasma removed in mythic difficulty. What's Oppressive Miasma again? Crystallize now pulls arcane damage while the crystal is shielded. Okay. Crackling Vortex now has a larger movement radius. Chance of us regular civilians getting into alpha quite low. I don't know, like, I think it's the same as last time where they just add waves of players. Right? I think it's like, initially, of course, only like chosen people will be getting alpha access. And then the last time I think they had like these waves of players where they're like randomly added people every week or so. SMS is slow from moving. Oh. Oh, so they removed that? Interesting. Huh. Okay, then back in that hollow, Rodbow Stalker renamed to Rodbow Ranger. Okay. Shoot now has a recast of 6 seconds. Good. Diseased Meat renamed to Rotten Meat and is now poisoned the spell. Okay, nice. Brackenhide Shaper, Salmon Lashes has been removed. Touch of Decay has been removed. Good. Sink Breath, Valley World Radius has been reduced to 6 yards. Sink Breath now locks facing after targeting a player. Good, so you can finally dodge it. Sink Breath now has a visual cast. Oh my god, this mob might be playable now. In fact, it's so playable, you might actually pull it into the previous boss. Dude, I think you're gonna pull Sink Breath into, what's the boss? That's totally gonna be the play, right? Yeah, this mob is gonna be pulled into the boss. Then Gut Stabber, Wither and Poison has been removed. Good. Bracken, Worst Course, Bloody Bite has been removed. Good. Claw Fighter, Bloody Bite has been removed. Nice. DK Seeker. With a Totem has been removed as well. This is so good. Okay, so they're basically removing most of these haste reductions and the bleeds that killed melee players constantly. Then Hekla's Warband. Predator Instincts haste bonus has been reduced to 5%, was 10. Good. Mark of Butchery damage frequency has been increased to 1 second, was 0.5. Oh, that's a fixed date, I guess. Gash Fence damage reduced by 21%. Duration reduced to 15 seconds, was 45. Good. Alright, cool. Academy. Spellbound Scepter, Arcane Rain has been removed. Okay. Spectral Invoke, Arcane Missiles damage has been reduced. Okay. Really, those are the mobs that they nerfed? I feel like there's other mobs that they could have changed. That are, like, a lot more annoying. Actually, most of the trash in this dungeon is pretty fine. Yeah, I guess most of the trash is somewhat fine. Then Firestorm's frequency has been reduced. Savage Pack Initial and Periodic has been reduced. If there goes Unleash Energy as the new mythic mechanic. Yeah, I forgot what Unleash Energy is. Streamers can stream alpha, yes. Once it's actually live. Or once it's public. It's not yet, though. It should be later today. Calendar. Hey, Chef Pickles. And no, apparently in Asher Vault, apparently you cannot jump down in the middle anymore. It's public in like 4 hours or so. At least that's what people said. Then, Neltharis. Each Burning Chain can only be used once. Burning Chain now stuns all enemies and increases the damage taken by 50% for 5 seconds. Yeah, this is a bit weird. So, I like that they changed the chains, but I don't like that they made them take 50% more damage for 5 seconds. I wish they would have left out the damage portion of it completely and would have nerfed their HP instead. Or like buffed the timer or something. Or buffed Or like change the amount of enemy force you need in a dungeon or something. Yeah, because 5 seconds is not a big, like, and we all know how this is going to go down in high keys. Like, you're just going to pull everything and then stun it for 5, like, and then stun it, and then you have all of these burst AoE classes that just, like, nuke it down, right? That's going to be the play in this dungeon. So any class that does not have 5-second burst is going to be bad, presumably. So, yeah, I don't know. That sucks a bit. I wish they would just stun. Because, yeah. Yeah, I know that it's a... But that doesn't change the fact that you're still gonna put a lot onto the chains if you can kill it all in one go, no? Like, the amount of time you save by pulling... Like, you basically just do the same thing as before. Right? Except you need actual damage dealers to do burst damage within 5 seconds. Alright, then. Encounters. Target. Fear focus pulsing damage near the target has been removed. Fear focus not challenge damage on current target. Grinding chain now persists on defeated players. Grinding chain now does a small knockback to the player when applied. Okay. Warlord Sarga. Curse of the Dragon Horde now stacks. Curse of the Dragon Horde duration reduced from 30 seconds. Okay. Ashes Stone of Mind has been removed. I forgot what that is. You're just a bad DPS if you rip threat. Sure, I'm a donut, sure. I'm a horrible damage dealer myself. As well. Guys, don't argue with I'm a donut. You're just bad damage dealers, yeah? Just accept it. Just fucking accept it. Alright, no-code offensive. General. No-code longbow. Multi-shot has been removed. Rain of arrows will now be cast less frequently. Okay. Beastmaster hand parry damage bonus has been reduced to 25%. Good. Thunderfist Storm Shock has been removed. Trembling Storm Spear Storm Bolt has been removed. Good. I feel like there should have been more changes though to some of this trash. Frequency of storm winds during intermission has been reduced to every 10 seconds was every 6 seconds. Oh, okay, yeah, that's also good. Then, Primal Terra Sentry Stone Missile has been removed. Wait, what was that again? I forgot. Wasn't that just a tank hit? Stone missile. Is that just a tank cast? Or? Googling. Oh, it's just the thing on the ground. The brown like circle on the ground that you need to walk out of? Why would they remove that? That's weird. Oh no, wait, it's not the big rock. No, it's a normal mob. I think this is a tank cast, I think. Nah, shit, I don't know. Either way, it's a weird thing. Infinite core duration has been increased to 4 seconds. Predict damage has been reduced. The last war sphere surge's damage has been reduced by 50%. Really? They nerfed the last dwarfs? Of all of the bosses they could have nerfed? What? Why aren't they nerfing the second boss? That one does way too much damage. That boss fucked up. Oh, there have been more nerfs? Okay, good. Good. So this remix event, do we know when this is gonna come out? June 7. When is this gonna be, guys? Somebody tell me. No one knows? Tell me anyway, then make it up. Just make something up, okay? Assume it's after... Yeah. Mid-May, yeah, probably. Fuck. I guess it's when I'm on holiday. Shit. Ben's educated guess was end of May. If it's end of May, that'd be good. If it's mid of May, not so good. Wait, let me check. Let me just look at my schedule. Oh wait, end of May is also kind of bad. I'm gonna go on holiday again. Oh my god. Dude, I'm just on holiday all day, every day. Yeah, I'm on holiday from the 16th to the 25th. And then again from the 30th to the 2nd. Well, fuck. Either way, it's bad. Well, I'm not flexing my schedule. I'm literally like telling you how bad I am at scheduling, apparently. Wait. Shit, what was it again? See, I'm trying to remember the license plates. Oh my god, what was it again? Alright. Do you think with the Map Remix event they will skip MLP Classic release? No. I don't think it's connected. Well, I mean... I mean, it's possible. I don't... Like, it's possible that if the numbers of Classic... Like, I obviously don't know the Classic numbers. Thanks for 2 months, R-Crush. Thank you so much. But depending on the numbers that still play Classic, it's possible they just stop doing Classic completely, and instead of doing Classic, they do events like these instead, you know, as a replacement. But I think Classic is still pretty popular, right? As far as I know. So I don't think they'll replace it. Maybe they just like feel it out, you know? Because the Plunderstorm event was like an event within... Like something similar to the Plunderstorm event could be this MLP remix as well, and then they could like combine it all. Because it is true that right now they do a bunch of things simultaneously that is like really diluting the player base, which might be a bad thing. So maybe instead of... Maybe they're trying to look for a strategy to give people the content, but not dilute the player base so much. To make it like maybe more limited events or stuff like that. Instead of it being up all the time, you know? People are having fun, who cares? Well, it is true that splitting the player base like that is hurting like every aspect individually. Because you have to remember there's people who would play one version of the game if the other version wouldn't be available, and they would both enjoy it, you know? Yeah, well, by having less people playing, Thoria. Like, for example, Plunderstorm is out right now, and people love Plunderstorm, like the PvP players like it a lot, but they play less Arena because Plunderstorm is available. So the people that don't like Plunderstorm, that want to play Arena instead, they don't get enough people queuing up, and then they can't play Arena properly because people are playing Plunderstorm, you know? And same is for the other versions of the game as well, right? Let's say there's people who would raid in retail, but if Classic is available, they would rather raid in Classic. So now the people that play retail have less raiders available because they are in Classic, right? Diluting player bases definitely does have downsides. Same with like solo shuffle as well. Like the fact that solo shuffle is a thing means that there's gonna be less people playing Arena at any moment. That shows the flaws in the other piece of content though. I mean, no, I kind of disagree. Because just because I would rather play A than B does not mean that I don't enjoy B. Like, you can only play one thing at a time as a player, right? And you can enjoy multiple things, but you just play one thing because it's like limited availability or because that day you just feel like it, you know? But if B would not be available, you would just do A instead and you would also just enjoy it, right? That doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with B. Just because today I feel like playing A instead of B doesn't mean that B is bad, you know? I did not go on vacation, no, I'm just not wearing any makeup today. And I guess my makeup is like too pale. Also, I was last Saturday? Yeah, last Saturday we had a birthday party. We were barbecuing and it was so hot. And it was super sunny the whole day. And we were just like outside the whole day. And I sunburned my face. So now I look like this. I could see SOD becoming Classic Plus with infinite content. Yeah, maybe something like that, Trauma, yeah. Yeah. It is definitely possible that Blizzard is looking for a way to dilute the player base a bit less. Because right now, they're trying so many things, which makes sense because it's the end of an expansion. They don't want to try this at the start of an expansion, because at the start of an expansion, they want everyone to play the expansion, right? So I think right now, what they're trying is, like, okay, they try MOP remakes, they try all of these, like, SOD things, they try Plunderstorm, they try all of these kind of, like, versions of the game, and then whatever works best, maybe that's the thing they're gonna stick to in the future, rather than having everything available. Yeah, I personally am not necessarily a SOD fan, but I also didn't play it that much. It's possible that I would maybe like it if I would play it more with other people and if I had a project going in. But a lot of people really like SOD. So maybe, even though there's a lot of people that have this like no changes mindset, I think the people that like changes are like the majority. So I think these no changes players, Blizzard might just ignore them from now on and go with like Classic Plus or like SOD or whatever going forward. Yeah, I agree, Danny, yeah. Yeah, they said the PvP slots are going to be removed from the vault, yes. Does that mean they're uncapping Conquest, or do you know? No, I would not assume that they would do that, no. Why? I don't think that goes hand in hand, right? Just because it's not available from the vault anymore doesn't mean that Conquest is going to be uncapped. It's possible that you maybe get like a little bit more Conquest. Maybe they increase the cap a little bit. Or maybe you have like a... You guys remember when you had a weekly chest? I don't think they'll do that though. I think all of the gear you're just gonna vendor in PvP. Because if they introduce a PvP chest as well, it's kind of similar to having a vault, so... I don't think they'll do that anymore. Alright. Let's go back to alpha footage. What else do you want to watch? Do you want to watch a Delph? Or do you want to watch a new zone? You want to see the talents? What is it you want to look at? Did you watch Fallout on Prime Video? I did not, Vishu. I did not. I don't have time to watch anything at the moment anyway. Or, it's not that I don't have the time. I don't want to. I'm busy doing other things right now. No more shows or movies. Where is this? Oh, here. I don't like the Keeper of the Grove hero tree, hero talents for Moonkin. I think it's very bad. Oh, did Tally upload his interview? I'm actually gonna ask where my recording is, because they didn't send it to me yet. Oh, wait. Let's listen to Max's thoughts about Alpha first.
A quick video today to give you my overall thoughts on everything I saw over the weekend in the Alpha client. And a few of the things that we were able to actually ask developers and get some clarification on, especially involving like Raid and Mythic Plus and stuff like that. There'll probably be timestamps at the bottom if you want to seek out something in particular, but I'm just going to spend a brief amount of time on most of the things I saw that were new or really, really cool. And this is just a very brief description of what I thought about all this stuff. I'll probably make individual videos for a lot of things potentially, so just make sure to catch the stream or just pay attention to my YouTube channel over the next week or two. All right, so the first thing I want to talk about is warbands. It's something that they announced, I think, like right when the War Within got announced in general. When you look at your login screen, you'll see like the top 4 characters. We asked, they're not going to add any more to that, so it's like, I guess, your main 4 characters. I don't know. For me, I'm really looking forward to this for a couple reasons. One of them is really stupid in that I can just make all my
What do you
really
think of the idea? Was it adding the option to test raid bosses on any difficulty after the world first mythic kills of the last boss? No rewards, you just can test.
We actually asked them a little bit in the Q&A about that, and it's changing their entire philosophy on how everything is attributed to your characters, both in gearing and also...
Well, what do you mean? Like, I don't know. I don't think I have an opinion on that. It's... I don't really see what the reason for that would be. Like, no one would do that, right? I don't think anyone would test a raid boss after, like, on live servers after the right? Because why would you test it? What would you do? Wouldn't you rather want to try and do the boss that actually gives you loot? Simply giving the option for guilds that are not mythic to try their luck. But they wouldn't do that, right? Like, let's say you're a heroic guild and you raid twice a week. Why would you spend any time during those 2 days to try and do a mythic boss that don't give any rewards if you would even kill it, instead of doing heroic where you get loot and the boss that you can actually kill? To me, it just feels like no one would actually do that. Because what's the purpose? So let's say you're testing the 5th boss on Mythic, but you're a heroic guild, and you're testing it for like a few hours, and it seems like you could maybe kill it, but then you would have to get there, so you would have to try the first boss, right? Which you can do on live. I just don't think anyone would actually use this. In my opinion. Yeah, because you would require raid time, and because people are not even alpha testing, like, or I mean PTR testing, right? Like, think about it this way. You know how there's raid tests on PTR that are scheduled, where you can test heroic bosses and mythic bosses, and sometimes these tests are scheduled during a raid day of a guild, and guilds usually don't use those tests if they're still in progression, right? Like, for example, let's say you're in a heroic guild or in a mythic guild and you raid on Friday evening. Sometimes there's a raid test Friday evening on PTR. People don't, like, usually those guilds, they just raid on live servers. They don't test the bosses on PTR, even though they have the chance to do so, right? And that would just be the same thing on live servers. I think people would just not do it. Some people would maybe do it, like, but it would be a very small amount of guilds that would actually, like, use this service. Maybe for just like one try to quickly check out Mythic Firak. Let's say Echo kills Mythic Firak, and immediately after it's available to test for everyone, then people would maybe like quickly pull it a few times just for fun, just because the boss was just killed world first and it's like exciting and people would like check it out for a second. But that would be about it, I guess. So
just making everything account wide from the start. Your warband is going to be that's showing that, like, through all the things they're going to add in this expansion, it's starting from that point. It's really easy to send stuff between your alts. Like you have a, they joked that
You
they
cannot
wanted to
play
call
in
it a
Plus
war
on Alpha,
bank,
no.
but like your war band has like a bank where you can leave gold or items in there to easily swap it between.
Yeah. Wait, did somebody post the Ian interview? Like there were some people who had an interview with Ian. And I'm not sure if they posted it somewhere or if people just like announced the changes somewhere. Who did you get this info from, Annalette? About... Oh, there's 2 videos? I want to watch that. Who did it? Who posted it? Oh, he just posted it on Twitter. No video. Interesting. Okay. Let's take a look then. Yeah, I already heard about some of this stuff because I talked to Sko. And Sko was part of this interview. Alright, so there's gonna be, let me... Additional difficulties unlocked at max level. Yeah, that one I knew already. Lower difficulties during leveling up for progression and player choice, similar to leveling up in D4 with world tier available tuned for the same item across difficulties. Currently looking at 8 tiers at max level. Oh, I heard something different. Oh, 8 tiers at max level. Yeah, okay, that might be fun. Gear from the vault at the high end is mid-range Mythic Plus. Yeah, I heard about this too. Keys for rare and epic chests earned through outer world content. High-end keys used in vault for better end of run loot. Yeah. Then return of Heroic Week in a War Within. Yeah. That is Skull told me this one already. I'm so glad to bring back Heroic Week. I'm so glad. Now I'm not going to be so stressed anymore doing the race first. Now I have time to write guides and to record things and to prepare my characters and to fly to whichever place I'm casting the race world first at. This is going to be way more chill for me. So, considering having 1 tier at launch, but not for later tiers. What? Oh. So, only for the first tier? Oh. New expansion brings changes in players' capability and guild performance. Beta data doesn't accurately predict guild capabilities. Not in guild's best interest if numbers are far off at the start, yeah. Decision not just for their world's first race, but for the broader player base. Yeah, at the start of Season 1, everyone has Dungeon Blues and Mythic Zero Gear. Yeah, it is true that through the first raid, it's a bigger problem than the other raids. Yeah, I agree. Later in the season, players have high-end gear from previous seasons, want to ensure content exclusive for broad players base early on, subject to change based on beta testing feedback. Okay, this makes sense. I think a point to be said for everything being released at once is that people... Like, sometimes when a patch gets released, players expect there to be something new to do, and then there's just nothing. And people are annoyed by that, right? Like, the broader player base is annoyed that you cannot do everything the first week. That things are kept, you know? Like, the fact that the raid gets released, but you can't do it in Mythic, and Plus gets released, but it's kept, and it's complicated, the vault is kept, like, all of these, like, kind of rules and stuff are kind of confusing for the normal player, and they get a bit bored, so I guess that's why they combined it initially. So I do see that, but at the same time, I would love a heroic week. This only affects world race skills, nothing more. You're wrong, but it's fine. Moving on. Alright, so updates to Quest UI for more immersive experience. Not happening in War Within, but part of ongoing UI evolution. Aim to modernize both aesthetic and functionality. Communicating lore and NPC interaction via text windows is outdated. Originates from 2004 and needs improvement. Not a small undertaking, but a high priority for modernization. Part of player experience needing modernization. Okay. Count-wide rate skips. Impromptu decisions of yes. Count-wide rate skips. Wait, what does that mean? Count-wide rate skips. Oh, once you unlock the rate skip, that it would be a count-wide that you can skip it on Outswell. Ah, yeah, that would be nice. Arachnophobia filter, and does it affect the final raid boss? Oh yeah, that's something that I was wondering as well. What would the final raid boss look like as a crab? Just like a generic crab or what? Continuous effort to make the game more accessible. Feedback gathered through an accessibility mailing list. Arachnophobia addressed through grassroots effort within team. Studies and expert consultations conducted. Tried various approaches, including model replacement with crabs. Aim to ensure broad accessibility for all players. Full 8-legged arachnid beasts replaced. Hybrid bipedal humanoid casters not replaced. Challenges with animation and spellcaster replacements. Comprehensive replacement with crabs except for certain humanoid casters. So they didn't answer the question, I guess. Or does that mean, is the last boss supposed to be a humanoid caster? Like, they didn't say if the final raid boss gets replaced, right? Yeah, maybe she just stays the same then. She does look very spidery though, right? To me, I don't know. Huh. Public testing of the final raid boss. Unlikely to test final boss on lower difficulty if confidence in tuning and quality intelligence is high. First, leave the final boss as a surprise for players. Okay, good. During glyphs post-during flight. The goal is to have glyphs as a collectible, but not necessarily for flying experience. Okay. Collection still exists for achievements. Glyphs to collect across Castle Gar for exploration achievements and cosmetic perks. Okay. Lot of raid tiers in the War Within. Happy with the structure of recent expansions. Focus on releasing War Within before deciding on future plans. Ideal tier length around 5 months. 5 months. Is 5 months long? I mean, like, let me look at my calendar. How long was there between the last tier? It was around 5 months, right? Let me see. So there was a race in June? No. July? Wait, when was the race last year? Was it May? It was June. No. No, it wasn't June. It was May. Where did I went to the US in May, no? Let me try to... Wait, how did that work again? Did I fly to LA from Copenhagen? No. From Belgium. Or did I fly back home? I do not remember. Did I fly from Belgium to LA? I think so. No, I flew from Belgium. Okay. Whatever the city was called, I forgot. What's the capital of Belgium? Dude, wait, I need to Google this right now. Brussels, yeah, I flew from Brussels. Anyway. So that was... Where's this flight? Why is it not here? It should be my calendar. Did I fly there on the 5th of May? It ended on the 15th. Oh, and then I stayed there for longer. True. Yeah, true. And I came back on the 25th. I stayed there 10 days longer. Oh my god, true. I remember now. Alright, so anyway. So the race was on the 5th of May. Then June, July, August, September, October. And then there was BlizzCon. So it was like 6 months. Okay. Okay, interesting. So it was... So 5 months would be ideal in their minds. Okay, yeah, I think that's fine. 5 months would be fine. That would mean... That would mean there's technically 3 races in a year though, right? Well, not really 3, but... But more than 2 per year. 2 and a bit. Interesting. Focus on releasing War Within before deciding on future plans. Longer tiers indicate players running out of content. Yeah. Short tiers might not allow players enough time for completion and downtime. Yeah. Season 4 possibly subdividing expansion length into tiers. Consideration of greatest hits approach for Season 4. Plans for Season 4 not finalized for War Within. Expectation of announcing 2025 roadmap for clarity towards the end of the year. Oh. Nice. So they're going to be announcing a roadmap again. Or that they might be doing that more often moving forward, which is nice. Yeah, that is actually very good. I like these roadmaps. Yeah, mini documentary of your trip was hilarious. You lost your passport, but thank God it got back. So funny, you looked like you had a great time. I did. Thank you so much for following the story on my Instagram. Alright. What does... Season 4 possibly subdivide... What does that mean? Season 4 subdividing expansion length into tiers. Yeah, I don't know what that means. And I don't know what this means either. Greatest hits approach for Season 4. Yeah, old raids for Season 4. That might be interesting. Oh, I think I know what they're trying to say. So basically, you instead of a season 4, they could have something like the Mists of Pandaria remix, but it'd be, you're right? Maybe that's what it means? Or just bring one particular raid from an old expansion. Yeah, the one, I don't know what that means. Season 4, possibly subdividing expansion length into tiers. Yeah, I know what that means. Alright, customize the character select screen. How to provide options during war within and content updates. Value and customization for expressing character fantasy. Seen as a foundation for future expansion and development. Focused on in-game experience as priority. Want the login screen to feel cool and thematic. Hey Squirrel, thank you so much for 46 months. What's up? Thank you, thank you. Choosing specific flying mounts for dynamic regular flying. You can place the percent mount as they are. Difficulty in designing each mount with its own classification. Potential exploration of alternative approaches. Okay. Airlock tech impacting how quests are designed and the story is told. Willingness to incorporate more negative space into the world. And what is airlock tech? What is that? Or what does the question mean? I don't know what this question means. Oh, I played Ion, Stefix. You missed it. It was fun. Well, I don't know what this means, but I also don't really care. So I'm gonna move on. Players experience difference in delves depending on difficulty. Okay, I also don't care about this. Crossrealm Auction House? Eh. Updates to the loot and gear upgrade system. No major changes planned except for delves, row, and the vault. Well, actually, I had an interview with Michael Bybee and Sean McKen, and I asked them what they feel like if they're happy with the upgrade system and that the power of players, like the player power, basically happens like very rapidly at the start and then like kind of flattens out later. If they're okay with this, and they said yes, but they also said that the upgrade system was like they didn't intend it to be as fast as it was in previous like tiers. They basically just said that yeah, they're happy with the upgrade system, but some tiers it was too fast in their minds. So it's not gonna be as fast anymore as it was like for example in when was this one tier where it was like super quick with gearing and farming stuff? It was season 2, I believe, where it was that fast, right? So anyway, no major changes planned except for Delph's row and the vault. Evergreen system formalized with Valor Stones replacing Flight Stones. Okay. Valor Stones named after old Valor points for gear upgrades. I like that. Dethemed from Dragon Isle specificity? Yeah. System praise for players, agency, and organic gear upgrades. Yeah. Continually tuning and something. Yeah. So I think the gear upgrade system is good. I think most people are happy with it. I think it's cool. $10-man mythic rating. No current plans to change the 20-player size of mythic raids. Okay, interesting. I'm actually so interested to know why they're not thinking about smaller raid size. Mythic being cross-zone from the start will 8 groups transitioning from heroic to mythic. Creating ultra-competitive difficulty below 20 players poses challenges in tuning and social dynamics. Creating ultra-competitive difficulty below 20 players poses challenges in tuning and social dynamics. Oh, well, but that would be if it exists simultaneously, right? Like this, the issue of it posing challenges in tuning and social dynamics would only be an issue, presumably, if you keep 20 men and have 10 men in addition. If you replace 20 men, then this would not be an issue, right? At least that's what I think. The goal is to have a raid composition with room for one of every class and a mix of others. It is true. If there would be 10-man raiding, then you would not be able to fit every class in there. Which, to be fair, is that an issue? I don't know. Like, we keep talking about that on lower raid sizes, you wouldn't be able to fit all specs in there and all class and whatever, but... And tuning, of course, would be harder. I just don't know if that's really a problem. Maybe this, I don't know. If you replace Sunnyman, then every mythical needs to chop their roster nearly in half. Yeah, I got that, but that happens once, right? But I don't think that's what he meant with this sentence, because it would not be causing an issue with tuning. Unless 20 men exist simultaneously as 10 men, right? Unless he means tuning related to the amount of specs we have available to us. Because that could be true. The less people you have in a raid, the more important each individual player in the raid is. So you cannot, quote-unquote, carry a bad spec as much as you can carry a bad spec in a 20-man raid. So I guess tuning would be more important in that regard. Thanks for Prime, Alcors. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I mean, raid buffs are not an issue. They would just remove them, right? If raiding would be 10-man, I don't think their class buffs would exist. The goal is to have raid composition with room, blah, blah, blah. Decide to address the mandatory feeling of certain buffs in compositions. Okay. Aim to make diverse compositions viable without feeling heavy-handed or mandatory. Tuning adjustments planned to address composition concerns. Okay, so they're basically saying we're gonna balance more. They can release it for normal and heroic only at first, engage the interest. Normal and heroic is already 10 men. You can play 10 men if you want. Normal heroic. Updated tower design. A simple way to learn new in-game systems. Avoiding excessive combinatorial complexity in talent systems? There's no shot they actually think they're not actually trying to have it less excessive, right? Aren't they literally doing the opposite? Like, there's no way they're trying to avoid excessive combinatorial complexity in talent system. Because, I mean, the amount of combinations we have is pretty excessive already right now. So I'm not sure. And to me, it feels like they're trying to make it even more excessive to... Like, I feel like they want this, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. New organic systems integrated into the endgame loop. So integrated into zones rather than... Like, I feel like this is... Why did no one upload a video about this interview? Were they not allowed to do that? Or did they just not get the footage yet? Because I think all of these bullet points are... Like, I need an explanation for all of this. I don't know. Half the things that are very unclear. Hey, Sai, what's up? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, hero talents are literally that. Checkpoints in raiding environment. Web recovery is still intended with tools like soulstones. Aim to clarify and improve the visibility of checkpoints. Designed for players to have more control over respawn locations. The goal is to avoid ambiguity and hesitation when deciding to release. Yeah, okay. No major systemic changes planned for War Within. Focus on ensuring checkpoints in area. Okay. Winning borrow power and introducing more system like hero talents. Like, this is always funny to me when people are just kind of saying as if talents are not borrow power, when they are. They so are. It's just the illusion of it not being borrowed power, right? There's just no shot. Because think about it. Like, the talents we had at the start of Dragonflight, compared to what we are going to get in the War Within, it's different talent trees. Depends on if they stick around or not. Yeah, I know. The definition of borrowed power is that you get a power or something that changes your character's strength. And if it stays forever, it's not borrowed. And if it doesn't stay forever, it's borrowed. Right? The thing is, the talents have the illusion of staying forever, but they don't, because Blizzard changes them all the time, right? So if Blizzard gives you a talent and then they change it after, then that talent that you had played with was borrowed power, because now it's gone, right? So if a talent that you previously had is now gone or reworked, then that is literally the definition of borrowed power. You had a power that is now gone. So this whole talent system has the illusion of it not being borrowed power, because seemingly it would stay forever, but the reality is it doesn't. The reality is they are changing it all the time. I'm not saying they should not change it. Like, I think it's good that they change it, but I just think it's funny that people think it isn't borrowed power when Blizzard can change it at any moment, turning it into borrowed power, right? And this talent, like the hero talents, I have a feeling that they are borrowed power. Like, actually completely. I have a feeling that in the expansion afterwards, we're gonna get other hero talents. So right now we have the Keep of the Growth and this and that. And then I think in the expansion afterwards, they're gonna be replaced by 2 new hero talents, if people like them. So that would be, again, the definition of borrowed power at that point, right? So yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter, but yeah. Conscious effort to manage complexity in the game. Okay. The addition of hero talents aims to mitigate the overwhelming complexity. But how? I don't understand. How do hero talents mitigate the overwhelming complexity? It's literally doing the opposite. I don't understand. I absolutely don't understand this. Like, I'm actually just stun locked right now. Because having hero talents versus not having hero talents, obviously having hero talents is infinitely more complex than not having them, right? So how are they mitigating the overwhelming complexity? They're literally doing the opposite. I'm not saying I don't like hero talents. I like them. I just don't understand how hero talents are somehow supposed to mitigate complexity. Like, to me, that makes no sense. Hero talents provide flavorful options without adding micro choices. Okay, I understand what he's saying now. It's basically because you can fill out the full tree. I think that's what Ian means. Because you have so many talent points that you pick every single talent in the tree, yeah? So you don't choose, okay, do I do left or right or this and that? But the thing is, you still choose. First of all, you choose which hero tree you go with, which is incredibly complex in combination with your talents. So maybe there's an illusion that it's not as complex, but in reality, it is really complex. Because you have your normal talent trees that all interact differently with each individual talent of the hero talents. So you are like, oh, let's say you're playing one of your hero talent trees with a normal talent setup, and then you feel like, oh, I should change for this fight, I should change to this talent over there. And then you're like, oh, wait a second. But then maybe I should change to the other hero talents. And then it's like, oh, but if I change to the hero talents, then maybe also going to change this other talent, you know? Like, it certainly is very complex in the way it works together, in my opinion. And in addition, you also have choice notes within the hero talents. And, yeah, I don't know, like, it's certainly less complex, as if you compare it to not having enough points to fill out the whole thing. That would be more complex, right? So the only thing that does make it less complex is being able to fill out the whole tree. One second. One moment. So, hey, Alyssa, thank you so much for 22 months. What's up? What's up? I feel like hero talents are a great chance for horizontal progression. Midnight class hall campaign unlocking a new hero talent set or something like that. Yeah. Sure. I mean, why not? Thank you so much for 72 months, White Widow. Thank you so much. How are you? Hero talents can just be gone next expansion and they can reiterate on the current talents if they want, giving them more time to expand on it and not get rid of the system in a few expansions. So I do personally think that hero talents is a better decision than adding like a row of talents to the normal talent tree. That is for sure better. And I mean, again, like all of this is totally fine. Like I'm happy with the talent tree. I'm happy with them changing it and iterating on it and like moving things around. I'm happy with the hero talents as well. Like all of this is totally fine. I just think that this whole borrowed power versus no borrowed power thing, first of all, I think it's a stupid discussion because people use the word borrowed power as if like it has like this bad stigma, even though there's a lot of like it has so many nuances to it, right? Borrowed power is not just this thing or that thing. There's many different many different versions and niches of borrowed power, right? Like the gear that you have equipped on your character, that's borrowed power. So many things we have is borrowed power. The tier set is borrowed power. And people don't hate tier sets. People love tier sets. So people love borrowed power if it's the correct borrowed power, right? So whenever people say they hate borrowed power, then I already don't take them seriously anymore. Because no, you don't hate borrowed power. Otherwise, you would hate your items, you would hate your tier set, you would hate all of these things, right? They clearly are something that is borrowed power, right? So when you say you hate borrowed power, you cannot say that. You have to be more specific. You have to say, I think what most people mean when they say they hate borrowed power is expansion long borrowed power that keeps adding on like this kind of like infinite, like these like systems. So I think that's what people meant because it was like a bit overwhelming in some of the previous expansions, right? Like when you have Renown and then you have the Soul Binds and then different like effects there and then there's another system over there, like all of these kind of like systems that were added on top of each other. That's what people didn't like. That does not mean that you don't like borrowed power. It just means that you don't like systems on systems on systems. Like you basically like you maybe don't like the complexity of having multiple different like separate systems. That might be what people hated the most. But hero talents, in theory, like I'm not saying that they are borrowed power, but hero talents, in my opinion, could very much turn into borrowed power if they replace them next expansion with other hero talents, right? At that point, it would be borrowed power again. Doesn't mean that they're gonna be bad though. I hate Matthias, but that's because it's ugly. Really? Wait, which is the Vocateers at the fire one? The fiery one? People love tier sets. I doubt that. How could you possibly doubt that? They removed tier sets and people cried to get them back, and that's why they're back. Like, they literally set things on fire and rioted it in the streets when they removed tier sets. Show me the crying, you can't. Yeah, that's a good point, I can't. Anyway, moving on. Here talents provide flavorful blah blah blah. Players specific package of talents rather than individual talents. No intention to return to big bar power progression systems. Bar power and gear will remain, but character capabilities will evolve forward. Character evolution ideally always moves forward without taking away capabilities. Okay. Potential for additional talents points in future expansions likely spread out across hero class packet trees to manage complexity. Okay. Spectator mode for raids. Interest in exploring the ability to spectate while dead. Concern about the impact on the competitive landscape. Not wanting the correct way for most skills to play to involve non-participating spectators. Openness to supporting organic spectatorship if it doesn't affect gameplay negatively. What is that? Oh, organic spectatorship, that basically just means when a player is dead. I see. This is interesting. Okay, so I never even thought about this. So I guess what Ian means here is that if they introduce spectating, that it might, like, maybe it would make guilds feel as if they need an outside, like, raid leader, for example. I think that's what he means, at least. That's something that I didn't think about. Because I personally would love a spectator mode for raids. But Ian basically says if you have like if as many people can spectate as you want without being dead, right? Like literally being outside people, then maybe a normal mythic guild would feel forced to actually have like an outside raid leader or something. It would be nice to get benched and in person watch the gang vibe all night. Yeah, see, I would love that too. But yeah, I see the concerns on how they could affect raiding. But then again, would it affect it that much? Maybe not. I'm not sure about this. Potentially completely negate private auras by having someone just click on people's names to send macros and stuff. Oh, I don't think that's how it works. Like, the private aura things are client-wise. Like, your weak aura does not work if someone else presses the macro for you. You have to press the macro, right? So a spectator would not be able to change that. Why not have a spectator mode for people that play the boss? No possible outside spectators? Well, at that point, we don't need a spectator mode. The reason why people want the spectator mode is for people outside of the raid to be able to spectate, right? If you're dead, being able to spectate if you're dead, I think that one is useless. That's not actually what people want. I don't think that's something that will be relevant. You already watch streams. It would be really good for the game to allow spectating in general. I don't know if it would. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Like, this is a complex thing, and I'm trying to think of all of the like negative effects and positive. Like, I know the positive things, obviously. The negative, I don't know. I don't know. Also, would like a random person be able to spectate your raid, or would you need to give them access? Yeah, I mainly was thinking about the spectator mode as for like broadcasts. That was my initial reason. Because being able to spectate a raid or Mythic Plus, that would be incredibly good for actual tournaments. For Mythic Plus tournaments, for like Race to World First broadcasts, right? That's the only reason why I thought they should be trying to introduce it. I never thought of like potential downsides in the game. Thanks for Prime Sushi Rolls. Thank you so much. Yeah, it would be toxic if any random could spectate. I think you would only want to allow people to spectate, like, did you invite to the raid or whatever. I don't think you should be able to allow other people to do that. I mean, also theoretically, what they could do, if they're concerned about the impact on competitive landscape, they could literally just say, I guess it would be too big of an undertaking for them to do it, because I guess allowing spectate would be a big like undertaking for them, right? It would probably cost a lot of money and effort to introduce spectating. So maybe if it wouldn't be broadly available, then the effort versus return would not be there. It would make sense maybe. But technically you could just say that you have to ask Blizzard for like the spectating rights, and then you can do it. So not anyone can spectate, but let's say let's say me, like me as a streamer, I want to do a M Plus tournament, and then I message Blizzard like, hey, I would like to do an M Plus tournament. Could I get the rights to spectate? And they're like, yeah. And then you have the right to like use spectator mode for that tournament time. They do not have a system for spectating. They do not. There is no spectator mode. The way they do spectating for the MDI, for example, is by having the observers log onto a Game Master account that levitates in the air. So they're recording a character's POV that is literally flying in the air. And obviously you cannot give access to random people to Game Master accounts. You can't just say, hey guys, here have this Game Master account and fly around a bit. They can trust me though, I'm not a baddie, I promise. I mean, they have it in Planetstorm, but that's a completely different mode, right? Also, do they have it in Planetstorm? I guess they do, when you're dead you can spectate, yeah. Even that one did not work properly, yeah. Like, the cooldowns and abilities and stuff don't work properly. Also, I guess the reason why it works in Planetstorm is because the UI and everything is, first of all, it's the same for everyone. Like, and it's a lot simpler, right? how would you spectate a World of Warcraft character? Like, which bars would you see? Like, it would be pretty complex when you think about it, if you want to see the people's UI as well. Because they're third-party add-ons that people use. So you cannot realistically see their add-ons. So what would you see when you spectate? Would you see action bar 1 to 5? Or would you see all action bars simultaneously? You know, like, that's just one of the issues that I could think of. You could say you see no bars at all, but then it's like, then you don't see much, right? They could build it and give the spectator toggles for what they want to see. Cooldowns, health bars, names. Yeah, this is not as simple, honestly. I mean, it's funny because I didn't even consider watching a player. Like this, I just now thought about this when you said Plunderstorm spectate. When I thought of spectator mode, I literally thought they meant just like looking from like an outside POV. Like just like looking at the raid or something without like any, like without looking at a player specifically. I thought that was the question about. I didn't even think of spectating like a specific player because that would be incredibly complicated. Just having a random POV somewhere, that would be different. Like if you could fly around as a ghost without anyone else see you, that would be a lot easier. I'm sure that would be pretty easy for them. Well, I don't want to say like pretty easy, but that would be a lot more feasible and a lot more realistic than actually like spectating a player. But what they could do is like, so if you're in the raid, you could have your character, like you could walk into the raid, and then you could have the option like enter a spectator, and then you enter, and then your character is like invisible, and you can fly around, and then you don't, like, you're not actually in the raid. That would be the only thing that I thought about that is actually somewhat doable. Because that one, then you keep your whole UI and everything, and you just have a different view, you know? I didn't think about spectating people individually, because that one would be incredibly complex. Yeah, suffix, yeah. It's a physical button under Ian's desk. Well, yeah, anyway. What's the time? 4:30, okay. And yeah, let's finish watching the Max video.
Between your characters. Overall, I just think it's a good addition. It looks cool. For a lot of people that are really tied to their WoW characters, I think they're going to have a lot of fun with that. And I'm probably more excited for just the philosophy of, you know, having just everything be account-wide from the very beginning. There's actually a bunch of class changes. I was super invested in the Windwalker ones, like the Windwalker class and spec tree is totally different, but it goes so much deeper than that. Like, they made their secondary stats matter more. They fixed a lot of buttons that were not very fun. They removed AoE Touch of Death, just a bunch of stuff. As far as I know, with the release of Alpha, if you're watching this like on the day that all of the embargo got lifted and you can see all this stuff, they had, I think, Fury and Arms is one that got a bunch of changes. I know that at least Arms did, and the class tree did, and then I think Fury just got Bladestorm. They removed a couple of things. Ret got a bunch of small changes to their talent tree, and then there was one line of tuning, I think, for like Vengeance, Unholy, DK, Disc, and then Holy Priest. Like, too many buttons. I'm not going to spend too much time on hero talents in this video, actually, because I will probably have an individual video in the future, the goal is to have one for every single one. That's kind of a long process, and I'm going to get some experts from the community to help on that. But I think they only introduced maybe 4 in this, and I know Void Weaver, like the first Shadow Priest one, was released. Frank said he liked it. Don't hold him to that. He didn't get, a ton of time to play with it, so at least it looks and sounds kind of cool. You can move with Void Torrent and stuff like that. I didn't look at any of the new ones yet. I will be doing that with people very soon, so just make sure to pay attention to the channel. All right, let's talk about Raid. So Raid is, a lot of people know of my channel from Raid. I don't do a ton of raiding content throughout the year. We just do like the race, and then I kind of just have like a stream where I just talk all the time. Just yap. But raids, there's actually a lot of new information. So there's nothing that's like on the slide where it's like, here's this crazy new raid stuff you can try. It's stuff that we actually asked them in the Q&A, and quite a lot is different. So I actually asked a question about the difficulty in raids. Like clearly in this last raid, there was such a massive spike from Smolderon to Tindral. And then we've talked about it a bunch, but like it took them too long to nerf it. Maybe our eye level was too close to everyone else's eye level. Like we killed it at 481, so like you were probably, you probably killed it like a little bit higher than that. So like you couldn't actually get much stronger because of the way we could do the upgrade system. And they mentioned that they wanted more of a linear difficulty in the raid. So they didn't want as much of a big wall. I think the exact thing they said was they wanted it to feel more like a hill. And I don't know whether that means they're going to make Tindral way easier in Fire Rank, or whether they're going to make something like Naimu, Laradar, and Smolderon a little harder. I think both of those things could happen, actually, and it would have been a more ramping difficulty thing in the raid rather than what we experienced. So they did mention that, and I think from the way that they answered it to me, it sounded like they definitely acknowledged the fact that Tindral and Fire Rank were probably too much for most people. Either they weren't nerfed fast enough, or they were just too hard in general. Asked about private auras, didn't really get a great answer. It was kind of like, yeah, we're going to keep doing it. And they just explained the reason why private auras existed, but they didn't. And maybe I'll ask this if I get an interview of like, they're not acknowledging the problem of like the way that private auras have solved these things has not been great. Hope to ask more about that in the future. Here's a big one. Apparently Heroic Week is back, which has been a huge issue this expansion. I think most notably when they first released the new talent trees, like Razageth was tuned, and this was their words, the single target boss check was tuned for single target talents, and the ads were tuned for AoE talents, and obviously you can't have both of those at a time. I very strongly believe that if they had a Heroic Week before that, they would have noticed that before Mythic was launched. Obviously, it was all launched simultaneously. People complain now with the race, at least, that like people are just watching splits for 3 days. This drastically reduces that. When Mythic is released, we're pretty much going to go right in. Maybe a day of splits or a half. Because you can get most of it done in the previous week. So, and I don't know what that means as far as like some kind of crest.
I know that we've been watching this, but I was not actually paying attention because I had to write a message. So I'm going back. Sorry about that.
They're not acknowledging the problem of like the way that private auras have solved these things has not been great. Hope to ask more about that in the future. Here's a big one. Apparently Heroic Week is back, which has been a huge issue this expansion. I think most notably when they first released the new talent trees, like Razageth was tuned, and this was their words, the single target boss check was tuned for single target talents, and the ads were tuned for AoE talents, and obviously you can't have both of those at a time. I very strongly believe that if they had a Heroic Week before that, they would have noticed that before Mythic was launched. Obviously, it was all launched simultaneously. People complain now with the race, at least, that like people are just watching splits for 3 days. This drastically reduces that. When Mythic is released, we're pretty much going to go right in. Maybe a day of splits or a half, because you can get most of it done in the previous week. So, and I don't know what that means as far as like some kind of crest or upgrade system limitation in week 1, or how they're going to handle Mythic Plus.
Well, I mean, one thing to note, like, I think the race will first when it comes to people getting excited to watch the race. Like, no matter what they do, it's always a bit underwhelming, I think. Because even with the Heroic Week, I remember that people, like, the raid gets released, and people think the race starts. Like, because they forget that Mythic does not open. Even though it has literally been the case this whole time, up until, like, 2 years ago, right? Like, every single time the raid released a new one, people, like, tuned into, like, Max stream and Echo stream. They're like, oh, when are you raiding? When are you raiding? And they're like, dude, there's no Mythic. There's no race. Like, some people just don't understand that the heroic win is not part of the race to evolve first at all. And some people don't understand that the first mythic boss are not part of the race to evolve first either. Some people, I feel like the amount of people that don't understand that only the last mythic boss matters is insane. I think it's like 50% of the people don't understand that only the last boss matters. So people like have this like completely weird understanding of the race, and then no matter if there's a heroic week or not, people are kind of disappointed when they don't see them go into the if the race does not start like from the get-go. So even with heroic week, the race gets released, people come want to watch the race. They see, oh, the race didn't start. Oh. And then they come back the next day, it's like, oh, the race didn't start. And then like 5 days later, they're bored. And then Mythic actually gets released and they kind of are like forgot about it in a sense, you know? I don't want to say this is actually true because people still watch the race, obviously, but I would say it's somewhat similar. Like, I don't necessarily think that having a heroic week changes the fact, because Max seems to be implying that people are going to be more like satisfied or hyped when the Mythic week starts and everyone's going to go into Mythic. But two things. Number one, that's not actually true. Like when Mythic comes out, they still split rate. Like they don't actually go into Mythic straight away. Like Max, I'm not sure if Max remembers this like wrong or if he, I don't know. But the last time we had a heroic week and tier sets, people did split rates in Mythic week 2. Right? Like it's not that Mythic came out and Echo and Liquid went straight into Mythic rating. That's just not how it went down, right? So it's just going to be the same thing, except there's going to be less split rates. That is true. Presumably there's going to be less split rates if there's a separate heroic week. But it doesn't mean that they're going to go straight into Mythic when Mythic gets released. I don't think that's true. So it's going to be somewhat similar still. I think that watching split dungeons and raids for heroic was definitely worse than watching some split mythic rating. There is no split mythic rating. It's the same thing. See, a lot of people that are talking about it right now also don't understand. Like, let me explain this to you. The difference between having a heroic week and not having a heroic week just means that Mythic is not available the first week, which means that the whole time during heroic week, Echo and Liquid can, or all of the Race Warfare guilds can fully focus on split raids, and they can do 1 million split raids. Like they can literally do so many split raids all day, every day, because they don't have to put any time or effort into Mythic rating. But that does not mean that the ID is not there, right? So if we have a heroic week and then Mythic releases afterwards, then the guilds are still going to do heroic and normal split raids the second week when Mythic gets released. So that means that we are going to have I don't want to say that it's going to be as bad, but you still have that same situation that Mythic gets released and Echo and Liquid are not going to do Mythic. Like, it's just, they're just not, right? Like, I don't know if Max is like coping or if he's just like, I don't know. But there's just no shot that Mythic gets released and they do Mythic. It's not happening. Even with a heroic week. Like, Mythic is gonna come out the second week and they're not gonna fucking step foot into Mythic. It's not gonna happen. I very, very highly doubt that unless they somehow are able to get so much gear in the first week that you barely get any upgrades in the second week from Heroic, which is not, like, that's just not gonna happen if they don't completely mess up the upgrading system. Yeah, I know that suffix. Like, I know that he said that they're less like. I'm not saying that Max is like lying or that he's coping or whatever that much, but I am just saying that it's not going to be as big of a difference when it comes to like the viewer, because the viewer is still not going to understand what's going on, and he's still going to expect them to do mythic when like no matter what's going on. So I'm not sure if it really is going to have as much impact on like the viewers and the race than he thinks it does. That's what I am saying.
Plus, hopefully all of that is uncapped, because I do think the one positive from the Mythic Raid release being simultaneous was the fact that Mythic Plusers didn't have to have like a weird week of being capped at a really low level. So who knows how that's going to work, but we'll certainly be ready to check it out. But I think that that's probably the biggest announcement rating-wise.
By end of week 1? Mythic Plus is capped whenever there's a heroic week. If a heroic week happens, then Mythic Plus does not scale all the way up to plus 20.
I asked them another question about raid.
It does scale, but it doesn't give you rewards up until plus 20.
Verticality. They mentioned like verticality as a goal. I don't think that's like something huge in the raid. I think it's just the last boss specifically, and the full dungeon journal is available.
Which, again, usually as an issue, like it's always a little bit confusing to people, right? That's why Heroic Week by default is confusing for a normal player, I think. Because first of all, you're like, why is Mythic not released? Like, when does it release? Like, why is it not there? And then Mythic Plus is already kind of complex when it comes to rewards. I think a lot of people still to this day are confused about Mythic Plus rewards. It's like, which item level is what? Which key level gives which item level? Which key level gives how many items? Which key level unlocks which item level from the vault, right? Like, it's honestly a bit complicated how M Plus rewards work. And if Heroic Week exists, then M Plus is also kept. And that confuses people even more. Because then it's like, all of a sudden you don't get higher rewards anymore from like M Plus 5 onwards or whatever, wherever they kept it. And then the vault is kept, or actually the vault is not kept, right? See, even I don't remember how it worked. Was the vault kept? I don't remember. I don't think they've said whether they will cap in plus or not this go around. They didn't say it, but they have to. They have to cap in plus if Mythic is not getting released the first week. They will not do a Heroic Week and not cap in plus. Like, that's just not gonna work, right? Well, actually, wait, let me think about it. Nah. I mean, they could technically uncap it because of the upgrade system. Because the upgrade system is already capped by default. But you still get very high item level from M+, just like the default item level in comparison to Heroic. Maybe not. What's the highest item level you get right now from M+? And what's the highest item level you get from Heroic, like in comparison, without any upgrades? Thanks for the 17 months, Lester. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Happy almost Friday. Hey, Mike. No, they didn't tell us. Well, actually, they told us it would be playable yesterday. Someone told that to me, at least. But the NA creators seem to believe that it's playable today at 7 p.m. So in 2 hours. In 15 minutes. You get Heroic from M+ drops and Mythic from Vault. Nah, what's that? My question was the item level. 473, I want to say. Yeah, 473 seems about right. 470 end of dungeon max. Okay. And Heroic loot, Heroic raid loot is what? Yeah, really, Mr. Moonman?
Available. Again, I will be going into that separately on a different video. But like the last boss specifically, and again, it's people are going to remember Senarth because the last boss is like a little spider lady. So she's going to go up, and in P2, I think you kill ads while you're going up to her somehow. and then you end up fighting her alone at the end. It's not like a meme ad boss, and
But
it's
no, I don't
probably
know
gonna be
anything more,
intricate than
Mike,
Sun Arc, 'cause it's like an
unfortunately.
end boss. They try really hard on end bosses.
I somehow
right? So
just
be
thought it would be
prepared for
released
some kind
yesterday.
of climbing up webs, weird verticality on the last boss. And one thing, another thing.
One moment.
Seasonal affixes solved was we had the same dungeons the whole expansion. And now they're rotating. They did imply that the rotating would continue
wait now.
in this expansion.
Wait, this was like the most.
And
this was
now
the
there's no
strangest
longer a
thing.
need for a seasonal affix. But
This was so strange. My internet worked perfectly, and then I just see chat. It's like Rip or just me, F in the chat. I think it's Rip. And I was like, what? And I checked OBS, and it, you know, when it shows the connection and your bitrate, it just had like the signal sign with like a cross. So like, not only was I dropping frames or anything, it literally like no internet connection whatsoever. So I was like, huh? So I opened my browser and opened like a website, and it worked fine. I'm so confused.
seasonal affixes did so much more. When they hit, they made the Mythic Plus season great.
Very strange.
Also, when they missed, they could ruin seasons, right? Depending on how bad they were. But they didn't sound like they were really looking to experiment or really majorly change affix design. It just sounded like more of the same. I think they said something
I
like
really
they were
have to call like my internet provider, because holy shit, that's so annoying. Thank you so much for 2 months, X Guns for Hire. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Welcome back.
try to innovate and add new ones throughout the expansion.
It's not you, it's OBS or Twitch. Well, I don't think OBS could ever like just drop my internet. Like if the connection is there. I think it has to be something with the internet, right? It could be Twitch. But I don't think it could be OBS. How would that work? But I also don't necessarily think it's Twitch. I think it has something to do with my internet somehow. Because it's possible it just drops my upload, right? Because just because I can open a website doesn't mean I can stream. Opening a website has to do with my download, and streaming is my upload, right? So maybe for some reason my upload just drops, or that a certain, or it blocks a certain address or whatever, you know. I think it has to do with my internet somehow, because OBS isn't doing nothing. Or it was like a very short drop, and that's why. Because I was watching this video, but this video was buffering beforehand, right? So that one works fine. And maybe when I opened the website on my browser, maybe at that point it was already working again. I don't know.
You know, kind of similar.
But I had these internet drops a lot. Like I don't think it has anything to do with it. I think it's just my internet.
With those couple like entangling and incorporeal and stuff. But they're keeping the same general idea. And I don't think it is the end of the world. I just see it as something that obviously doesn't work and doesn't really make sense. And they're just kind of still doing it. So not awesome, but you know, whatever. It's fine. What
makes no sense?
And doesn't really make sense. See it as something that obviously doesn't work. Is the end of the world. I just see it as something that obviously doesn't work.
Oh, affixes.
And doesn't really make sense. And
Max really does not I feel like Max has been talking about affixes a lot. And I don't think Max understands the purpose of affixes. Because I keep hearing him say that affixes don't make sense. And I understand what he means. He means that people don't like affixes and that therefore they don't make sense. But I feel like Max completely disregards the purpose of affixes. Like, he never speaks about it. He never says, I understand why affixes are there. Like, he never specifically points out that the reason behind them is changing up the dungeons from week to week. So I'm not sure if he thinks it's not as important to change up the dungeons every week, because that could be an opinion too, right? Like, maybe you just don't think it's important at all. Maybe you think changing the dungeons is not really relevant, or he literally just does not understand the purpose of them, which would be weird. I'm sure Max understands the purpose of it, so I don't know. I don't know why he never mentions it or never says how important they are for that regard.
And they're just kind of still doing it. So not awesome, but you know, whatever. It's fine. One other thing they did mention though, and this is actually kind of involving Raid and Mythic Plus, is they mentioned specifically not a ton of information.
I think in his stream he said it made sense when dungeons weren't rotating to change them up, but now they do rotate, so no need for affixes. Okay, yeah, so he actually thinks that dungeons don't have to change from one week to the next. Okay, so that's his opinion. Yeah, that makes sense. I personally do disagree, but I can see the argument that, of course, changing dungeons from one week to the other is a lot more important when you play the same dungeons the whole expansion long. If you play dungeons for only one season, I can see the argument to say that they don't have to change from one week to the next. I can see the argument there. No, I disagree, Settle. That's not a dumb take. Because what's the purpose of affixes is the replayability, but you don't need that until a certain amount of time spent, right? Like, if you get new dungeons that you play in Plus, people would love to play those dungeons without any affixes for quite a while. Getting bored of the dungeons does not happen for some time, right? If you release dungeons without any affixes for an M+ season, then people don't get bored after playing the dungeon twice, right? This whole getting bored of the dungeons thing and it not being as replayable only happens after a certain amount of time. And if dungeons are seasonal and then they get completely replaced, then the amount of time where people would be bored at the end would be shorter, and then you get new dungeons again, right? So that's the argument, which is a fine argument to make. The question is just, when do people get bored? Do people get bored after a month? After 2 months? After 3? Because if people get bored of the dungeons after 3 months or 4 months, then it's kind of whatever at that point. Because then the new patch is going to come out a month later, so people are just bored of dungeons at the last month, which that's fine, right? But if people get bored already after 1 month, well, then that's a problem. Then affixes would, of course, stop that from happening. It really just depends on the timing, which is not really something we know. We don't really have any data points because we never had that scenario. We never played an M+ season without affixes. So we can't really tell how long it would actually take for people to actually get bored. if there are no affixes, right? So I'm not sure when that would happen. Whew. They would have to buff dungeons because it will get too easy. Well, they would not be able to do that, right? They can't actually buff dungeons mid-season unless they have a really good reason, because we have rating. We have a rating system. You can't just make dungeons harder halfway through the season, because then the people that already have the high rating, they would just... No one else would be able to reach their rating anymore, right? Did you notice a joke on the inside of the Xeloteth hoodie you were wearing? No, I did not. I did not see that. Huh, I'm gonna have to check that out later. Oh my god. I guess I didn't look at this hoodie properly. That is cool. I'm gonna check that out.
But that tier is going to be easier. Tier is coming back, and it's going to be easier to...
Oh, I didn't actually see the whole tier sets yet. Okay, I'm guessing. Okay, wait. No spoilers. Alright, so this has to be priest, right? So this is priest. This with the hat is mage or warlock. I would assume warlock? What's mage? Mage doesn't seem... Mage usually has like one of the coolest tiers, but I don't see any mage one. Is it this one? Or is this Drakthir? There are dragons here. This is probably... This is Evoker. Where's mage? Also, is it just me, or does this helmet look like it does not belong to this set? Okay, wait. Oh, this one! No, this is Warlock, this is Mage. Ah, okay, I see it now. It was right. Okay, this is Warlock, and this is Mage. This Mage always is the coolest set. Look at this. How cool is this set? How cool is this hat? Dude, I love this hat. It's so nice. Okay, so, wait. So, Evoker, Warlock, Priest, Rogue. Or, yeah. Maybe, probably. This could also be Rogue. I don't know. I'm uncertain. This one, Monk. Shaman? There's wolves. Probably Shaman. Maybe. I'm not sure. This one looks like a plate thing or a mail armor thing. This one, what is this? Okay, now I'm lost. This is Paladin. Has to be Paladin. This one, what's DK? Where's Druid? Oh my god, I don't see Druid at all. Which one's Druid? None of them look like Druid sets. There's a Druid set? Wait, is this one that is covered by his camera? No. Or maybe?
Acquire than ever before. So you're going to get, you know...
This one is probably DK or a warrior. It has like a horn, it's probably warrior. Yeah, this is probably warrior. Hunter, where's Hunter? Hunter's maybe this? Huh. What is that? Is that just monk? It's the only... Why are you laughing? Stop laughing! What is that, Druid? The one with the wolves? No. Or is it? Why are you laughing? Shut up, guys.
No.
Guys, I'm guessing. I'm guessing the tier sets. Don't laugh. Wait, I think Okay, here, hear me out. I think... Stop! I think this is Druid, and you know why? Not because I think it looks like Druid, but because it's a Tauren. So I think they had to go with the characters that actually can be the class, right? So this Tauren here is Paladin because it can't be like a blood... Wait, you can be a blood elf Paladin. Wait a second. My theory is not working out. Oh no. Okay, this is a bad theory. I take it all back. Well, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of blood elves. Druid can be blood elf. A lot of undeads can't be undead either. So it could only be this one with the hat, which I'm sure is not the druid one. Because it's a troll, and a troll could be a druid, but yeah. Panda can't be druid. So the only druid set is the Tauren, which obviously that's not druid. Troll, which also this is not druid. And then it could be this Tauren, right? Because all of the other races cannot be druids. Therefore, this has to be the druid set. I'm not sure I approve of this set. But I would have to see the night elf. Maybe we'll look at a night elf. I don't know. So if this is druid. So again, evoker, warlock, priest, druid, paladin, warrior, mage. Where's this warrior? Maybe this is DK. Let's go with DK on this one. And warrior on this one. And then this would be... Is this... What is this? Is this... I don't know. I'm still not sure about these two. Like, one of them is certainly like a rogue. So what if this is rogue and this is hunter or windwalker? I mean monk. What is this? Like, I can barely see this one. This one is a bit messed up. Maybe one of this is like... What am I missing? I'm missing monk. Monk and rogue, which, I mean, rogue is one of those two. Then hunter. I mean, I still think hunter is this. And I have absolutely no clue what this is. What else am I missing? Shaman. What's shaman if shaman isn't this one? Oh god. Is this shaman? No. What is this? Okay, you help me now. Wait, that's a goat only check.
No.
Oh, this is hunter, you say? Yeah, that could be hunter. You think the first one's monk? Wait, do you think this is do you think this is evoker? Wait, why is it not this? This looks like the definition of evoker. How could this not be evoker? What the hell? It has dragons everywhere. Are you kidding? There's dragons and wings everywhere. How could this not be evoker? Okay, so let's see what Portly says. Evoker, lock, priest. That's what I said. Why are you laughing then? Rogue, DK, shaman. No, you're wrong, right? Do you think this is druid? No.
No.
Oh, hunter, mage, druid. You think this is druid? How could this be druid? Nah. There's just no shot that's druid. War, monk? Nah, that's also not monk. Oh, for demon hunters! Ah, Demon Hunters. I forgot they're a class. True, I forgot about those. None of them. Oh, Demon Hunter could be one of those two. Actually, nah. Is this Demon Hunter? Maybe.
No.
What are you telling me? This is Druid? No, this is confirmed Druid? No fucking shot, it is? That's the Druid set? Oh my god, seriously? I'm so confused. Oh, these are the current sets. Ah. I mean, why would I know that? I don't look at sets ever. Why would I notice the current set? Why the fuck would I know that? Holy shit, the druid set is so ugly and no one said anything? How are the druids not complaining about this set? It's horrible. I didn't know what to say. How ugly this set is. It's so bad. Oh, there's like shoulders that are missing on this one. Okay, to be fair, if you remove the shoulders and a lot of sets... Okay, I thought these are the shoulders. I did not realize that there's shoulders that are missing. Yeah, okay, to be fair, the shoulders are very important for a lot of sets. If you would take the shoulders away from a lot of tier sets, they would look very bad. I mean, not that I would have known that it's this tier set. I don't know why you guys are surprised by this or triggered. I don't know any of the tiers. Like, you could show me any tier set and I wouldn't know which one that we already have it, yeah? Like, I don't know why this would be embarrassing. I'm not a transmog person, yeah? I loot an item. I don't look at it. I stopped caring about tier sets from tier 6 onwards. I mean, they also, like... I usually look at them when they come out for the first time. Like, when they show them. But then most of the time, they're just not that... They're just kind of ugly, usually. Okay, I don't want to say ugly, but... Usually they're not... Like... Ever since, like, tier 6 or whatever... They, to me, just became, like, meh. But people were telling you which one's which, and you were like, no, you're wrong. Okay, yeah, but I was specifically... I was specifically guessing which ones they are. That's why I didn't look at chat. Man, I'm not gonna do a quiz and then look at chat, yeah? I was specifically trying to guess. Man, why are you guys so upset? Jesus, what's wrong? Oh my god. Surprise, surprise. I don't care about transmogs. I'm sorry. What else? Should we talk about the lore next? You want to be triggered some more? We can talk about the lore if you want. I can tell you that I don't know who Anduin Rin is.
From dungeons, from delves, you know, like you're going to be the accessibility for tier gear is being made beyond raids, which I think is important for the current state of the game. And something that Mythic Clusters specifically have been asking for a long time. So not to say, I think tier was pretty easy to acquire in season 3. So it being even better, great. All right, so let's talk about the new expansion feature, Delves. So when I first tried Delves on the alpha, I was thoroughly unimpressed. But if you're just listening to this for the first 5 seconds, it does get a little bit better. You're only able to do tier 3. I think until you're 80, you can only do, or only tier 2, sorry. I think until you're 80, you can only do tier 2, and then when you're 80, tier 3 through 9, or tier 3 through, I think it's 13, unlock. And that's where I think it could get a lot cooler. So what we saw was like the leveling version of Delves, which I think is like you're going to be questing in a zone, and there's a bunch of quests there.
I specifically loved the daytime drinking comments.
You're like talking with your friend you're leveling with.
I love daytime drinking.
It just feels like you're kind of doing like a quest in a zone. Like you pick up 11 of these things, and then at the end there's a boss, and that's it. And one of them, you're going into a kobold area, and it's really dark, and you have to keep a candle over your head that will decrease over time until you get to the next mob that drops one. And like you have to do that to be able to see. And some of them are like kind of cool and quirky, and then like as you kill a certain amount of mobs, or you, like,
I didn't do this stealth actually.
A blue or purple chest, you get like these little
type
powers, not really class specific, but just basic generic ones, and they do rotate. There's some affixes in them, but like I found it just not super interesting. That being said, I don't think they made Delves with me in mind. I think they made Delves with the majority of WoW players who don't do any high-end content. And
I agree. Like, I also didn't find Delves interesting. To me, it felt like it was basically it was like a scenario, like a quest scenario or something. Like you zone into something, and then you have like an objective. It basically, you know what it felt like? It didn't feel like a scenario. It felt exactly like these open worlds, what do you call them? Like these events, except it's not for everyone to help out with. You know, these events where, like in the open world, you go in, the event starts, and then it says on the side, do 10 of this, and then once you're done that, you like kill 20 of these mobs, and then do this, like blah blah blah, right? Like not bonus objectives. Well, that too, I guess. But I more meant the ones. You know, in Obsidian Citadel, in front of Obsidian Citadel, there's like an event that happens every like hour or every 2 hours. What was it called again? Do you guys remember? Or like the Grand Hunt. Yeah, something like that, yeah. Like the Grand Hunt. Or like the Obsidian Citadel, Boogaloo. Yep, sure. Siege of Dragonbane Keep. Yeah, that one. Yeah, it kind of feels like that. Except that it's not everyone that comes in that helps, but rather you're deciding who's doing it, right? So that's what I felt like it feels. So it's not something that I would ever enjoy, really, unless it's really challenging. Like, if this would be very hard, then I would probably like it. If I would go in and I would actually have to try my best to, like, kill the mobs and the bosses, like, if I would actually have to, like, play my character to its maximal potential to actually kill these mobs in there, then I would probably like it. Then I would, you know, if you have to, like, CC and kite and run away and, like, heal yourself and line of sight abilities and interrupt and blah, 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 then I would probably like it. But the way the Delves played, I mean, obviously we didn't actually test the highest difficulty of the Delves. We only tested tier 1 and tier 2, which are like the 2 lowest difficulties that are available during leveling. The other ones are available at max level. So if they go up to this difficulty, which I very highly doubt, then it might be fun for me too, or for a player like me. If they don't, then this is just not for me, which is fine, you know. Then this content is specifically for people that are, you know, like it's more casual content, which honestly, that is exactly something that we were lacking and that people did complain about, is that the quote-unquote casual content kind of stops at some point. Well, high-end players, they consistently have Mythic Plus to do, and they consistently have raiding to do or PvP. And a casual player at some point just has kind of no content left, which I do understand that was like a major concern for people. And I think Delves is supposed to fill that gap, where as a person that is definitely more on the casual side, but wants to have some like repeatable content, something that you can do when you just log in. Like you log in and have done all of the other quests already, you've done all of the story parts, I don't know, you don't want to farm a transmogger, you're not a collector, then what do you do? And I guess Delves is exactly something that you would choose to do then. And I think for that player base, it makes a lot of sense and it's really cool. And it does actually scale up further than the reward scale. So at some point, the rewards don't scale any higher, but the difficulty does. So that means that, again, it's still not going to be as difficult as like that the content would be for someone like me. But if a person like on the more casual side would want a challenge that is, I don't want to say as difficult as like a mage tower, but you know, just a little bit more challenging, then they can choose to do a higher tier, even if it doesn't give any higher rewards. And I think that is cool. I think that's cool.
It's going to be just good single player, but you can do it with a group, but like good single player content, right? So I'm not going to be the one to just be like, Delves stink, because I haven't seen it all the way through, and I also think that even if I thought it stinks, it still could be really good for the game. So I don't know, maybe ignore me on Delves, but I will give you some hopeful information about it. So we talked to them in a little Q&A session, and they mentioned that Delves give their max level reward at, I think, 8 or 9 of the tier level, which is only available at max level. And those like have more affixes or are more difficult, whatever. We haven't done those yet, so grain of salt, right? And then they said they go up to like 11, but it's after the rewards. So the rewards stop at 8 and 9, and then you can go up to 11 or 13, something like that. And they mentioned that it was purely for bragging rights, which, you know, might mean that if you don't have a reward attached to it for power, you can make content really cool. It's what Torghast failed at, right? And they even mentioned that like the last level of it, tier 13, isn't even a full delve. It's literally a boss fight, just a single boss fight.
Oh, I did not hear that.
Again,
that's cool.
You're only in there for rewards, prestige, maybe an achievement for doing it the first time or something, but like,
hi, Cruiser.
You don't get anything extra for doing this. So you can make the content really hard. Maybe it's like a mage tower.
Okay, he also
or
mage
like boss, you know? Maybe.
The thing, okay, so I think, so I also talked to Sean McCann and Michael Bybee about Delves, and I specifically asked this question: is it gonna be as difficult as Mage Tower? And they said probably. Well, they specifically said that since it cannot be catered towards the spec, because that's what made Mage Tower so actually challenging, is because they could cater the bosses directly around your spec. And that is important for difficulty for a single player. I think that is super important. So what I can imagine is that rank 13 Delve could maybe feel as difficult as a Mage Tower for certain specs, but for others it will be a lot easier, right? So yeah, I mean, specs shared the challenges, but the tuning was different on your spec staffix. Like, whichever challenge it was for your spec, it was differently tuned for, like, let's say an Affliction Warlock, or worked slightly differently than for another spec. So, it's not that it was equally difficult for every spec. I agree, for some specs it was certainly a lot harder than for others, but at least they had the opportunity to tune it properly. But for something like this, where every spec plays the same mob, they could technically tune it differently for each spec, but it's also, not only is it that is the issue, there's also like a group size issue too. they could technically do it with this, but not realistically, because there's also a group size, right? Because you can do this by yourself, or you can do it with 2 people, with 3 people, 4 people, or 5 people, right? So the chances of them tuning a boss specifically for each spec by yourself, and then also tune it for 2 people, you know, they would have to change it for infinite variations of combinations of specs if they would actually want to make it difficult, like very difficult. Or they could say you can only do it by yourself. That 13th tier. They could say, hey, you're not allowed to group up for this. If the 13th tier is like a special tier that you don't get extra rewards from, then they could say, hey, you can only queue this solo. If they want it to be like Mage Tower-esque. And then they can tune that mob that you're fighting around each spec individually a little bit. Then sure. If you can do it with 2 players and 3 players, 4 players, 5 players, at that point you can't really tune it around specs anymore, because that would be like, obviously that doesn't work. But yeah, it doesn't matter. Even if this is not as difficult as like a Mage Tower is, it's still content for people that would like to have solo content and more casual content. And the fact that there's like additional prestige difficulties, I think is cool, because it may be like, because one thing that I was actually, that I don't want to say I'm passionate about it, but I personally think that a lot of players that are a little bit more on the casual side, they would maybe like the more challenging aspect of the game if it was available to them in like an easier way, if you know what I mean. So basically, there's a lot of casuals that log into the game and they do no challenging content whatsoever. So they only like go farm transmogs or go collect these mounts, do these achievements, do quests, level some alts, do the lore, do like basically just no challenging content, which is fine. Like, not everyone needs to like challenging content, right? But I do think that sometimes people forget the fun behind a challenge where you actually have to play your character in like a more in-depth way, in a more like mechanical way. Because yeah, everyone, like all of these players, they play World of Warcraft, but you have this character that you don't use to the maximal potential in a lot of the content that we have available to us. Like a lot of the casual content that you do does not require you to press your rotation properly or to press your abilities properly. You can even do them while not even having half your abilities dragged into your action bar, right? And that's fine. Again, like that's totally fine. But because this is true, I do think that some people that are more on the casual side, they really forget how rewarding it feels if you actually did something that you felt like was challenging, where you had to like play better or improve to be able to execute whatever it was. And I think something like Mythic Plus would be challenging content that scales up, but I think it's too overwhelming for that player base that I'm referring to, right? Because Mythic Plus gets so overwhelming, and it's so complicated that people that are not looking for a challenge, they are immediately overwhelmed and they stop caring about it. And it's group content, so you can just get carried, quote unquote, by other people, so you don't have to learn whatever you're doing at all. And you don't maybe you don't have to play better or improve your gameplay to be able to get something plus done, because you know there's for other people. Thanks for 11 pounds on Dam. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. So if they incorporate a little bit more challenging content for casual players, that would push a casual player to actually try to improve and like play a bit better to achieve something, then they might remember how it feels to you know, accomplish whatever you're trying to do, and then that might push them into doing other content that's available in the game that is a little bit more of a challenge for your character. You know? Maybe. Not saying it's gonna happen, but maybe some people are gonna do delves, super casual players, and then once they're done with the level 10 delve, they're like, oh, you know what? I'm not getting a reward from doing 11, but I felt like the 10 was pretty difficult. Let's see if I can do the 11. You know, like maybe they're like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna challenge myself and see if I can do 11. And then once they do 11, they're like, oh, you know what? Let's do 12. And then they might not be able to do it, and then they like optimize their character a bit, and you know, like maybe it like eases them into this like more challenging aspect of the game again that they didn't necessarily have to do or wanted to do in the past. Enjoy aesthetics, enjoy.
Maybe that could be really cool. I would even like that, right?
Yeah, introducing challenging content in a more accessible way.
But I've spoken to a lot of people who are also playing Alpha the last 2 days, especially more casual players. I've heard positive things. I've heard, they're kind of boring. So let's wait and see. It definitely didn't blow my socks off, and we'll see how it is at max level. But like right now, not a massive fan of delves in general. We also have the new zones. We've only seen the first one, but they kind of build on what Dragonflight did really well, which was making massive, huge, like lived-in zones. And the only way you can really do that is by having dragon riding. Speaking of dragon riding,
oh yeah, we can do a giveaway. Yeah, I have codes. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 game time codes. $14-day game time codes. Yeah, let's do a giveaway. Why not? Because I want to go AFK for a second anyway. There we go. If you want to join the giveaway, if you want to win 14 days of game time, type exclamation mark ticket 1 into chat to participate or to be eligible. I'm gonna do this real quick. Wait. Alright. Okay, so while I go AFK and you guys can join this giveaway, I'm gonna let you guys watch some more footage from Alpha. Since we still have to wait 1.5 hours approximately. Let's watch this dungeon. This dungeon was fun. There we go. Okay, keep in mind the giveaway is still running. I can put it into corner. Wait, where did I move it? It's gone. Oh, there it is. There you go. I'll put it up here. Cool. Okay, I'll be right back. Alright. Whew. There's a plushie in a chair you didn't see you blend before. What? What's up with the botting? What botting are we talking about? The view botting. Yeah, I just like to do that. It's one of my favorite things to do. Got a problem? She went to the alpha event and turned on the bots. Thanks for 3 months, Puntualis. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Someone can say it's pretty close to the same from Dragonfly. No new spells. Well, nothing like super major change from like baseline spells, I wouldn't say. But other than that, I wouldn't like. Other than that, there's a lot of changes. It's definitely not like Dragonflight, I wouldn't say. But no major changes. It's not that they removed Eclipse or anything, you know? Or they changed Wrath or Starfire or, you know, like they didn't change any basic abilities. But it's certainly going to be very different. Alright. So let's close the giveaway in a second. We're giving away 14 days of game time. And I'm going to close the giveaway in 5. These are not real seconds. 4. These are made up seconds. 3. 2. 1. And close. Okay, the winner is Velson92. Are you around? Say something in chat if you're here, Velson. Wait, I like this song. It's cute. Billy Raffle, Bliss. What a cute song. Vulcan Volson 92. Are you here by any chance? Well, I'm gonna give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, next. Vendril 1. Vendril, are you around? Perfect! Congrats, Vendril! Let's fucking go. You did it. Alright, Vendril. You won a game time code for 14 days. And Chorus is going to message you the code in just a second, okay? And because I feel generous, I'm going to draw a second winner, you know? Ramonski, 1, 2, 3, 4. Are you around? Or Ramonsky. Ramons. There we go! Nice! You won 2 weeks of game time as well. Of course, my moderator is going to message you the codes, and you guys can redeem them. Congrats on winning, and thanks for joining the giveaway. Alright, cool. Okay. Let's take a look at the other dungeon again. The one that actually finished. Oh, this is when we ended up wiping. There we go. Handing out game time is basically like handing out money, which means these giveaways are like gambling. This is not true because gambling requires you to pay money to enter. If you're not paying money to enter a giveaway, then it's not gambling. That's the difference. Any advice for getting into this game? You just download it, pay for it, start playing. And everything else you figure out later. Just play the game. I'm not joking. Just play the game. I was hyped on the Loon Hero talents, but now kind of let down. Just damage increase, nothing fun or exciting. It is kind of true that the druid class, yeah, I think I kind of agree with you in comparison to others. Yeah, like if I compare the Moonkin hero talents or the druid hero talents to other class hero talents, I think it is true that the druid ones don't have anything like super cool about them. Like there aren't like any major like animation changes or any major like big ability changes or whatever. That is true. Maybe it has to do with them sharing, like being different roles again. Like the fact that druid doesn't have two roles that share the same, 4 specs that don't share the same role, creates a little bit of a challenging problem for, I guess, the class designers. Because let's say you have mage, a talent tree that shares frost and fire mage. Like you can do so many things with that. You can change the animations, you can do a lot of things. But when you think about a talent tree that shares bear and balance, a bear is constantly in bear form, and Moonkin is in Moonkin form, and then you somehow need to make a talent tree that works for both of them. You can't really do any major like animation changes or any major like things because, yeah, like they're just 2 different roles, so it's kind of hard to really do that, I guess. What happened to Arcane Mage? Nothing. Why? Druid of the Claw is pretty thematic of a shapeshifter with the fluid shifting. What's Druid of the Claw? Is that Guardian and Resto Druid? Or what is that? Oh, Feral and Resto. Oh, Bear and Kitty. There's a talent tree that is about shapeshifting for Guardian Druids? How are they shifting out of Bear when they have to tank? Did you remove your braces? Listen, I didn't have braces for a long time. I think you might be mixing me up with someone else. I think you're mixing me up with somebody else. Unless you ask you a question from years ago, then if so, then yes. I do indeed not have braces anymore. But I didn't have anything recently, if that's what you're asking. Thank you, David. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Would you play Feral if it was meta? No. Maybe I would play it if it was meta and plus. Like, it was actually really good. Then I probably would play it. Not in a raid, though. Thank you, John. I saw they removed Pulsar, yeah. I didn't see that. Yeah, they're removing Pulsar. It makes sense. It was causing quite a lot of issues with balancing the talent tree as a whole. Like, Pulsar is just way too strong and interacts with way too many other talents. So it caused a lot of issues. So removing it makes sense. We'll see how that affects everything. Look at all of the Fury balloons. At the hero talents feel? I don't know, like... A lot of the hero talents are indeed passive, and I didn't really have any... Like, I didn't have an interface to play with. I only had standard interface, so for me... For me, it's hard to get used to standard interface because I barely... Like, I used to play with add-ons. So, I had a hard time understanding what's even going on at all. You know? Now, I didn't feel the hero talents. I think it is true that the hero talents are mainly, like, very passive. At least in the Elune tree that I played. It certainly felt very passive. Like, there was nothing that I really played around, really. Like, no procs, no... I don't know. There are certain... Like, I did not play optimally, right? I'm sure there's things you can play around in the tree that I didn't do. But there wasn't anything, like, major that changed the way I play. It is true. But again, I also didn't play optimally. I just kind of played the same as I do right now on live servers. Well, see, the thing about this whole Starfire thing is you can... Maybe you would even go Lunar Eclipse and single target even if you don't have this one talent. If you play with this tree, I'm not sure. Does Blizzard talk about the goal of the alpha, like a technical stress test or as a balance experiment? Maybe a mix of both? I mean, it's certainly not a stress test. I would very much doubt that. Because alpha doesn't have a lot of people actually that are playing it, right? So that wouldn't really make sense as a stress test. It would just be alpha. The purpose of alpha is just for people to test it, to give feedback, right? Also, there's nothing to do with balancing either. Alpha is literally just there to get player feedback about all kinds of things, depending on what they currently have released there. Balancing is going to happen much later. Balancing and tuning is not something that you do early on in alpha, which also wouldn't make sense, right? Because let's say they would balance everything perfectly right now in alpha, and then later on they're going to change some stuff because people don't like it, and then have to rebalance everything again, right? So obviously they do everything that is... everything that is not balancing, they do first, and balancing is like the very last thing you do, because otherwise you just have to keep rebalancing. And stress test is also something you do at the very end, because that's not actually... That does not need an immediate... Doesn't need immediate attention, right? The amount of service they need, the amount of capacity, and whatever, that's something that they can figure out later on. They don't need to do that right now. And they obviously already have... they've released many expansions before, so... They will have a rough idea already. Yeah, it's finding bugs. The goal of alpha and beta is to find bugs, to test, to get player feedback. Those are the two main goals, I would say. Yeah, the stress test does not happen that often anymore. It does happen sometimes. But I also feel like the value of stress tests is not that high because, I mean, the amount of people that actually participate in a stress test are not nearly enough to, or not nearly close to what they would actually be experiencing, right? So I don't know. Is there a 2-minute Mookin build? I mean, there's a talent that makes Inca in 2 minutes that we also have on live service right now. Like, this is a talent that we have in Dragonflight. Orbital Strike. Orbital Strike makes your Inca in 2 minutes. The issue is that right now it competes with Pulsar, and Pulsar is just way too strong. So you never play Orbital Strike. But in the War Within, they remove Pulsar. So now the odds of us playing Orbital Strike is obviously a lot higher. The numbers are too damn high. Why can't 10,000 damage be a lot? Why is Blizzard going into these huge numbers? I mean, they are... Like, the numbers need to go up from patch to patch, from expansion to expansion, right? Like, the way numbers work, or damage works and HP values work, is that you start somewhere. Let's say I do an ability that's 1 damage. And the mob in return has 10 health. And now I need to press that one spell 10 times to kill them up, right? Then the more gear I get, the more damage I do. And a new patch comes out, I get higher item level gear, which in return gives me more damage, which makes the mobs have more health again, or need to have more health for it to make sense. So the longer an expansion lasts, the longer a patch lasts, the more damage the players are doing, because of course we need character progression, and the mobs will in return get more health. And they do number... what is it called? There's a word for it. Like, they reset the numbers once in a while. Number squish. Yeah, they do number squishes once in a while. When they feel like the numbers are going too high, then they're squishing the numbers and they change the whole game. The thing is, that's not something that you just do. Like, there isn't a button that you press and all of a sudden the numbers are squished. Like, it's actually a lot of effort because the whole game needs to change. It's not just the damage that the players do that needs to change. It's the HP of every mob in the whole game that needs to change, right? Everything needs to change accordingly. Therefore, number squish is not something they do every patch or every expansion, because it's just a lot of work. And in addition, the numbers go out of control very quickly again anyway, so... Every add-on they could normalize it. Well, technically they could do a number squish every expansion, yeah. But, as I said, these squishes take a lot of time and work and effort, and... Yeah, leveling squish is also very difficult to do. I know. So in the end, what's the difference between, like, I always feel like, what's the difference between me doing 300k DPS or 100k DPS? Or even 50k DPS? Like, it's just a number. Like, I understand that lower numbers are more, like, give you a better overview. Smaller numbers are generally, like, easier to understand and see and comprehend. But as soon as you go over a certain number, at that point, it's all the same. To me, at least. Like, for me, the difference between 500k and a million, or even 100k and a million, is like, there's just 1 0 more at the end, right? To me, that doesn't make that big of a difference. The only thing that, in my opinion, really matters is if the numbers are, like, less than... Like, if you're within the thousands, if I do, like, 1k DPS or 500 DPS or whatever, like, if the numbers are that small, then I see the difference. But as soon as they go above a certain threshold, then, like, at that point, it's just like, whatever to me. Yeah. I think the number squish are required at some point, because the numbers are literally getting too big. Yeah. I think it actually is a problem for them if the numbers are too big. I don't know why, like, I'm not a programmer, but I can see why having numbers go too high would become an issue at some point. Do you think higher or lower numbers can create different gaps in DPS since there are so many modifiers in the game? No. No, because the modifiers are percentage based, right? So the number that is being modified does not matter if the modifier is a percentage, right? It's always relative. So it doesn't matter if the numbers are bigger or smaller. It's always relative to the modifier and what the RNG part is about. Alright, let's watch a delve so I can tell you what I meant earlier when I was talking about the delves. If I can find it. No, well, you think about it wrong, actually, because a percent is a percent. Like the percent, like, okay, that was a dumb explanation. But, like, no matter which number you take the percentage off, the percentage will always stay the same, right? Like, the percent does not change. If I take 1% of 10 trillion, wait, did I say 1%? Yeah. If I take 1% of 10 trillion, that is still 1% in comparison to 1% of 10. The number is different, but percent, like in a percentage comparison, it will always be that 1% that is the difference, right? If I explained that correctly now, I don't know. Or like, if you know what I mean. So even though the number, 1% of a trillion seems bigger, I mean, it is bigger, in fact, but it's still in the end 1%. So it might seem like a bigger difference, but it's not actually a bigger difference. Because it's in the end still 1%, right? So yes, the number that is displayed is being bigger, but that doesn't actually change anything. Alright, where's this delve? Sorry? Oh, this is where I showed all of the talents. Which was completely dude, at the very end, when we had to leave, because again, like I was in London and we had this like LAN event where everyone could like sit down on a PC. Who's this? We're back. Wow. Dude, the bank just called me. It's 6 p.m. Wow. What are these working hours? Okay, let me do this real quick, sorry. Yeah, Druid has dynamic flights. That is very cool. Yeah, so this is a delve that I did. Earth crawl mines. Do you have to do anything else? I just need one moment. I need to, wait. Oh, What? Okay, yeah. Hmm. Okay, wait, let me show you another video from the other Delft. That one actually finished. Oh, this is where I also showed some of the Delft options. Look at that. I'm gonna go over this in a moment though. Like I didn't even look at this properly myself when I was testing it. I just need to send some money real quick. Oops. Alright. Oh, it works. Oh, perfect. Alright, cool. Alright, thanks for 6 months, and we appreciate that. Thank you very much. 2 seconds for ring. Yeah. See, this is something I didn't understand, for example. Add 1 socket to an amulet or ring. Jewelry can have up to 2 sockets. So that means that necks and rings can have 2 sockets? I guess? And I don't know why I can buy this here. Okay, I don't want to, like, say this. I feel bad even saying this, but they're not gonna put sockets behind Dells, right? Like, they're not actually, right? That's, no, right? They're not gonna put sockets in Dells, right? Stop! Nah, they wouldn't do that, right? They absolutely would not do that. Hey, Solara, you look great. Aw, don't say that. Don't say that. You can't say I look great today. I'm wearing no makeup and I'm wearing this oversized hoodie and my hair is greasy and I didn't shower and it's like... Oh no. You look like a mess today. Thank you, Stella. That's what I want to hear. It's so funny because I was talking to Mike, to Gingy at this event, right? And we were talking about, you know, how it is to be a streamer, blah, 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 content creator, issues, blah, blah, blah. And at some point, I told Mike, I was like, you're doing so good with, like, the negativity. Like, it feels... I feel like Gingy does not get affected by negative comments at all, right? And then he was like, he basically said that he never has bad experiences. He was like, oh, everything that I experience is all good. Like, he basically said that his whole career, his whole Twitch career, only had, like, good experiences and positive stuff. And I'm like, I basically told him that that's a lie because people are toxic to Gingy, even in my chat sometimes. Like, people come into my chat and talk shit about Gingy. And sometimes I cast the MDI and they will read the chat and people shit talk Gingy, right? Like, I feel like Gingy gets a lot more negative comments when it comes to, like, Echo than anyone else. Because Gingy, of course, also is the biggest streamer in Echo, right? But he basically said, those don't like, I don't care about those. And I'm like, what do you mean you don't care about those? That's literally what I said. Like, the negativity on the internet. And then he said, he doesn't care about those people because they're just sad, like, individuals that have, like, other issues, And I was like, yeah, I guess that is true. And then he said the only thing that he cares about is when he messes up, then he's mad at himself. Like, he says that he only ever gets really upset and, like, emotional and angry if he makes a mistake himself, like, in the game or even, like, streaming related or whatever. Then he gets really mad with himself. Like, he actually has, like, he properly gets mad. And then I basically asked him, but so what if you made a mistake and you feel bad about it, and then you have people in your chat that probably can't even do a +5 dungeon come in and, like, shit talk you? Because usually people have a harder time ignoring negativity if they feel a little bit bad about that aspect themselves. Like, let's say, for example, when we talk about appearance, let's say you think that you have amazing, like, eyebrows. Like, let's say you love your eyebrows, and then someone comes in and says your eyebrows are horrible. Then you probably don't care about the comment as much because you're super confident about your eyebrows, right? But if you hate the way your eyebrows look and you're super self-conscious about them, and then someone comes in and is like, oh, I hate your eyebrows, then that feels a bit worse, right? Like, you might take that comment more seriously because it's kind of like, it's confirming your, like, thoughts, your negative thoughts, right? So I was asking Gingy, so if you feel negative about, like, your performance, and then someone comes in and is, like, talking shit about your performance, wouldn't that make you even angrier? And then he said no, because he wants people to actually, like, flame him when he makes a mistake. No, like, he literally, like, he said he needs it. He said he wants this to happen. He said if people tell him that don't worry about it, like, if people are being positive, that's what he doesn't like. He doesn't like it when people come in and they're like, don't worry, you did fine, Because if he clearly thinks, okay, I made a mistake here, and then someone comes in and goes like, no, don't worry about it, you did make a mistake, then that actually is what he doesn't like. He would rather have people, like, shit talk the mistake that he made, And I thought that was so interesting. Like, I understand it, but then at the same time, I'm like, yeah, I get it. I want people to be truthful as well, especially if I am, like, pointing it out. But, like, people that I care about and not strangers. That's the weird part about it. Because if let's say I bought a hoodie and I feel like I'm not sure if I like it, and I feel like it kind of looks ugly on me. If I go to a friend and I'm like, hey, what do you think about this hoodie? And then they're like, it looks great, but they don't, like, it's not the truth. Then that would suck. Like, I would want them to tell me, but I wouldn't want a stranger to tell me. Like, if I walk on the street with a hoodie and someone walks up to me and says, hey, this hoodie is horrible, it looks horrible on you, I wouldn't like that. But apparently Gingy wants strangers to tell him when he makes mistakes. Or yeah, it actually fuels him, which is very interesting. This hoodie, I got it from Blizzard. It's a Xalatath hoodie. Xalatath? Did I say that correctly? That's her name, right? It's a War Within hoodie. How fucking cool is it? Did you see this logo here? Wait. It's very hard to see. Look. Oh my god. Please focus. There you go. But anyway, so let's talk about these delves. So when you talk to Bran, you get like a combat roll. Either Bran is a healer or Bran is a DPS. And then you get like a utility trinket and a combat trinket apparently. And these are the abilities. Let's go through it again. I'm not sure if these are final, obviously, but... Bran uses his gun to fire range attacks at his enemies. Okay, so it makes him a ranged. Oh, that was too fast. Go back. Bran launches a volley of snacks at injured players, restoring a moderate amount of health over 2 seconds. So it's like a healing spell. While Bran is low health, he will deflect all attacks and take 30% damage. This is actually aspect of the turtle. Relic of Oldham. Bran brandishes a powerful ancient relic, healing nearby allies for significant healing over 15 seconds. Okay. Dwarven medicine. Bran throws healing potions near injured players to restore a moderate amount of health. Oh, monk walking through that. That's interesting. Bran will heal for 30% of his maximum health after taking a significant amount of damage. Can only occur every 15 seconds. That's a lot. Every 15 seconds? Thanks for 3 months, James. Welcome back. Thank you so much. Bran cleanses an infected player, removing all poison disease effects. When any player takes damage, there's a chance for Bran to create a shield at their location that reduces damage taken by 20% and prevents loss of control effects while standing within it for 8 seconds. It can only occur every 3 minutes. Oh. Yeah, this seems very bad. This is a very bad ability. Because it can only occur once every 3 minutes, and it basically can happen at any point, right? Like, let's say I pull a mob at the very start of the dungeon, or at the very start of the delve. I take 1 damage, and then it immediately procs his shield. And then I don't need it, right? Like, that seems very bad. This would only seem good if I could activate it when I want to, but it only lasts 8 seconds, and it spawns at right. Like, I don't know. This is not good. When any player is healed by Dwarven medicine, their overall healing receipts increase by 1% for 6 seconds. This affects sex. Okay, well, okay. I did talk about the Moonkin changes. My editor said he will upload a video about it later today. So make sure you subscribe to my YouTube channel to see when the video is being posted. You can check it out then. When any player falls below 30% health, Bran will instantly heal them for 25% of their maximum health. Can only occur every 3 minutes. That's also pretty bad. A 25% heal every 3 minutes, long cooldown. Alright, so then when I went into these delves, like this is the mushroom one I did initially. One thing I didn't 100% understand was, like, you see these vials that dropped? You can walk through them and collect them, but I didn't know what happens. To be fair, I also wasn't, like, specifically trying to figure out what they do. Oh, and then there's, like, Torghast powers here, too. Increase your damage done by 15% in size by 20%. This effect lasts until you've brought beneath 50% health. But you see these like green vials that kind of spawn when you kill mobs? I don't know what they actually did. I just kind of walked through them and they were gone. But I don't know if it was like a heal or... See, like I collected it now. Was it a buff? Let me see. What did this do? It's not a heal. Doesn't seem to be a buff either, though. I don't know. Maybe it's supposed to be like a currency? I don't really know. Does the healing pots brand throws? Oh, but they didn't actually heal me. Maybe it just didn't work properly. Oh wait, it did heal me. Okay. Oh, are they stacking up? Like the longer they're on the floor? No, it healed me for 13k this time. Ah, okay, interesting. So he throws them next to me, not on top of me, so I can pick it up whenever I want to. That's kind of nice. I like it. Hey, Stream Sunday, thanks for 32 months. What's up? Thank you. Does seem a bit random, yeah. Interesting. Okay. This one actually knocked me off as I was looking. Also, it seems like the mobs here work like in Plus, like they're not resetting. They are snapping for sure. Because I was walking around with a lot of these mobs like attacking me and they just kind of snap to you at some point. I'm not sure if you ever drop aggro or combat. I didn't actually like try. Alright, Alpha's supposed to be in half an hour. Are we just like checking our... Oh, I just opened WoW on accident. I didn't want to do that. I like this picture of Ian. It's like the thumbs up. Very cute. Oh, there's a... Okay, whatever. I guess I don't really care about that. The pre-patch event. I take it back. Oh, Mr. Jam was interviewing Holly. Nice. Man, you know how I interviewed Sean McCann and Michael Bybee, and I was like... It was a bit of a mess because it was a Zoom interview. Because they were not in London, right? But I was in London. So they said they would borrow me a laptop at the venue. So I arrived at the venue a bit late because I was at the Twitch offices for a tour. And then, well, I wasn't late for the interview. I just, like, arrived in time. But I didn't have that much time to set everything up. So I was there at the interview start and I joined the Zoom meeting. And I was thinking... I did write down questions, and I got some questions from Dratnos, and I asked some other people questions as well, and I had a bunch of questions, but I didn't have to, so the thing is, usually when you do an interview, you submit questions beforehand, and then they tell you, okay, this question is fine, this question is not fine, you know, And this time I did not submit any questions beforehand. So I was thinking, I should be probably asking some more open-ended questions, because I'm not sure if this is how it works. But to me, it feels like whenever they do a dev interview, they know beforehand what they're going to share. Right? Like, to me, that makes sense. Like, they have a certain amount of like information that they will share, and they will not share other stuff. Like, I'm sure they have like a protocol, or like people tell them, okay, you can talk about this but not that, you can talk about this but not that, and so on, right? So I'm thinking, since I didn't submit these questions beforehand, what if they just don't answer any of my questions? That would suck, right? Because then I'm sitting here asking a question and they're like, sorry, can't tell. Sorry, can't tell. Sorry, can't tell. So I was thinking, I'm going to ask some open-ended questions. Because then, first of all, they're going to tell me, they can talk more about the things that they personally have worked on and know a lot about. Because not every developer knows about everything, right? They obviously have their, like, kind of categories that they worked on. And I was told that Michael Babi and Sean McCann both worked on like high-end the war within content, which to me means rating and plus, and it's like maybe even like item acquisition, or even like, I don't know, class design, stuff like that. That to me is high-end, right? But that's a very broad kind of aspect about the game. So So my thinking was, I'm going to ask them some open-ended questions so they can talk about what they can share. So maybe I get some spicy info that way. And then I was also thinking, because I only had half an hour, because the way these interviews work is that it's only going to be published on my channels. So I was thinking, I'm going to introduce them in post. So basically, because I watched some other interviews, and it always feels a little bit awkward when you sit down and then the interviewer talks to the audience. I always feel like that seems weird, if you know what I mean. Because then, like, you have like a person that you're interviewing, and then you like address the audience that is not here, because it's not a live interview, it's a recorded interview, right? So I sit here and I'm like, hey, I'm talking to person so-and-so, and they do this and that. And I always think that's a bit weird. So I was thinking that I'm not going to do that part, and I'm going to do it afterwards. And I just cut it into the video as an intro, that I would do like a separate intro at home. So I sit here and I'm like, hey, I'm Naguura, I was in London, and I got the chance to interview Sean and Michael, and Sean is doing this, Michael's doing that, and blah blah blah, right? And then I would like show the footage. But me being an idiot, I forgot to tell them that this was my intention. So I mean, I was obviously like, as I talked to them, I did say like hi and everything, like introduce myself and blah blah blah. But then I did not tell them that my intention was to introduce them for the video after. So they were thinking that I'm just not introducing them. And they kind of had to like awkwardly introduce themselves when they were speaking, when I asked them a question. Which honestly makes me seem like the worst interviewer ever. But it is what it is. Also, it was a little bit of a mess because I was in the wrong Zoom call. Apparently. I don't know how that happened. I got an email with a Zoom link. I clicked on that link. I was in a Zoom meeting, but I was all by myself. And they were in a different Zoom meeting. So somehow we had different Zoom calls. So we only figured that out. Like, they thought I'm late, and I thought they're late. But yeah, once we finally figured it out, that is what happened. And then I did ask them some open-ended question, and unfortunately, every time I asked an open-ended question, they talked about Delphs. Which is not the content that I wanted to talk about. Because I wanted to talk about high-end content, like Mythic Plus rating, right? Delves are like... Yeah. So unfortunately, I didn't manage to get too many answers out of them. But to be fair, every time I did talk about high-end content, they also just didn't tell me anything. At least not really. But at least they did answer, like... None of the questions were, like, off. They said I had good questions in the end, which, to be honest, I think they just said that to be polite. The interview was a little bit of a mess. Also, I had this laptop. That wasn't my laptop, right? And I used the webcam from the laptop and the microphone and the sound setup. And there was something open in the laptop that constantly made a noise. Like, as if I got messages. Some weird, like, you just received a message noise. And it kept happening. And I'm not sure if my microphone picked it up. But I really hope it didn't. Because otherwise the whole recording is going to be a mess. Because, yeah, every minute, this noise from the laptop came up. I feel like there should be some more back and forth up front where they respond to the topics they would likely talk about for each of your proposed questions. Then you can change your question if you want. I mean, you can do that. There can for sure be a back and forth if you want to. The reason why it never really happens in these interviews is because, at least that's how I think. If I ask a question about, let's say I ask about class buffs, right? And then they give me an answer. Yes, I could ask about something else, but I feel like the thing that they said initially is all the info they're gonna give me. Because these devs, they're doing interviews for a reason, right? They want to share information. They want to give us content. So it's not like you have to drag the information out of their nose, right? Like if you ask a question about a topic, they will share everything about the topic that they want to share. At least that's how I think about it. So there's not much point for me to ask more because they already shared everything they want to share initially. And then they're just going to be like, can't tell, or maybe, or like these political answers, right? Now, if it's a broader topic that isn't like super specific, then a back and forth would be more likely or more doable. But on very specific questions, there's no reason to like have back and forth because it's just not going to happen. Yeah, I mean, that's the main reason why they don't answer a lot of the questions. Unless they're 100% sure that it's the way it is, right? That's why a lot of the answers that they give are political answers. It's because the player base holds these devs accountable if there's something they said and it didn't happen. Then people are like, you said this, you know? Because, of course, they cannot change their minds. That's... How could they? Yeah. Changing your minds is obviously not allowed. Okay, let's listen to some more upbeat music. I'm getting really tired. I don't know why. I didn't sleep a decent amount. Well, to be fair, I think my body still didn't catch up on all the sleep that I was missing for the past week or so. No, not that. Okay, this is fine. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Why was the mob stunned here? Who stunned him? Bran? Does Bran just stun? Yeah, look. Damn, Bran. What a gamer. Look at that. Stunned him up at the end of the ability. It's unfortunate that there's so little trust in situations like this. I'm sure developers would like to talk more details, but the more detail you go into, the more people disagree, and people don't know how to respectfully disagree, especially around a game that is so essential to many people's lives. Yeah. I mean, this is just a problem because the game, like, there's too many people. It's just too big of a game for this to not be, like, it has to be political in a sense, right? And, like, trust is not really something you can work with. Because who trusts whom? Like, of course I'm not going to trust Blizzard as, like, a company as a whole. Like, I don't know every Blizzard employee. I don't know everyone that works there. I don't know who is actually, in charge for everything, right? So, of course I'm not going to trust them. Right? Why would I? Why would anyone trust a big corporation? No one should trust them. But then at the same time, it creates this this weird dynamic. And then of course they're not going to trust us either. Why would they? So yeah, it's this weird thing where they have to be political, which sucks. Because that means we get a lot less information, but people cannot handle wrong information or, like, information that changes, and therefore they have to watch out for the negativity that would happen if that is the case. That's why Blizzard can also not share a lot of the dates, for example, which really sucks. Like, for example, when the Race War first happens, that's a huge broadcast, like a huge thing for the Racial First guilds. So many people are involved in the Racial First, and so much organizing goes into it. Like, they have to find a venue, they have to book people's flights, they have to book hotels, they have to make sure the infrastructure is there, they have to fly in, like, PCs, hardware, equipment, internet has to be dealt for, like, catering, for food, for players. Like, so many things have to happen for Racial First, right? To be organized properly. But Blizzard cannot tell them the exact date, even when they know approximately. And the reason why they can't tell them is because of the backlash that they would get if it's incorrect. So they can only tell them the date once they are 100% certain, right? And that sucks a little bit because having an estimate would already help a lot, right? If I'm organizing an event like this and somebody tells me, hey, it's probably going to be in July, but we're not sure exactly when. Like, that information would already, like, help a ton. Or even if you like a 2 or 3 week time frame, right? So let's say it's probably end of July. Right? If they have that info, that would already help them a lot. But giving that info, like, they can't do it unless they're sure that it's really happening there. And because then the information is going to spread, and then people are like, you said it's going to come out there. I took 2 weeks off work and divorced my husband to play video games at this time, and then it's not then, you know? Like, you just get all this, like, backlash for giving wrong information, so therefore they can't do it. Hey, Oopsie, what's up? When are we sending keys? Well, when Season 4 comes out. In Season 4. Yeah, like the delayed Shadowlands. That's actually a very good point. Because they announced Shadowlands to be at a certain date, and then they had to delay it. And people people were so mad they even wanted to sue the company. Like, there were people that legit wanted to, like, sue the company for delaying the release date. So when you know that this is what happens when you give wrong dates or wrong info, then you understand why they can't give you an estimate unless they're 100% sure, right? That's why we get all of this info so late, which really sucks. Because I would love to have like an estimate, but you know. There was a guy here recently saying he should get a refund because they nerfed him. I almost forgot about that guy. That was so fucking funny. In the moment when that happened, I didn't want to like... I didn't want to shit talk the person that much. Because, you know, I felt bad. I wanted to be like calm and collected and like explain why his idea is like wrong. But in hindsight, oh my god, that was so fucking funny. There was literally a guy that wanted countries to make laws around companies that they're not allowed to change the game anymore after you have bought it. He literally said that he wants the people that purchase the game to be able to get the money back if their class gets nerfed. Oh my god, that was fucking hilarious. Oh my god. That's the copy pasta. That's the one that Samuel just posted? That's the copy pasta that guy said. That's literally what he said. He goes, these companies get away with so much. If it was up to me, Blizzard wouldn't be able to do half the things they do. They have so much control over the game and your character. What you pay for. Even though you pay for the game, I would change it so you get what you pay for. They make characters buff and then nerf them after you buy the game. It's a scam. Oh my god. Shouldn't WoW cost more for fire mages then? I agree. WoW should cost more for fire mages. Oh. Oh man, it was a good one though. Alright, how much longer? 15 minutes. And before Alpha doesn't actually get released today. And before all the content creators were just like making shit up. That is very possible, I have to say. Sorry. Oh my god. Oh. Dude, that scared me. Oh. Ooh, Max isn't live. Huh. Well, if Max isn't live, it is possible that Alpha does not come out. Interesting. Max isn't live. closed alpha? Yes. But this is not live. I played this on Tuesday. Yes. This is just a recording I did while I was playing it. I make it better. I realize. Should I have to leave latest at 8, yeah? Latest. Because I have to do something very important that I can't tell you about. And I should have done this like a long time ago. Hey Johnny, what's up? Thanks for 78 months. Slater, you're just reacting to your own content. I know, right? I've literally, like earlier I was playing this and I was like laying back and not having my hands to the keyboard. So people didn't understand what's going on. They thought like, I don't know. So now I'm like having my hands here to pretend as if I'm playing alpha. But half the people don't even know this is alpha content anyway. Like, the amount of people that know that this is alpha content is probably very low. Guys, listen to me right now. If you're watching my stream and you didn't notice that what I'm playing here is alpha content that I actually had access to, that I played, say something. It's like at least 50% of my viewers don't know that that we're watching alpha content right now. There's just no shot. The great rotation body user. When you play the game. Wait, this is World of Warcraft? It is actually a live feed of her boyfriend that plays the game for her. Typical. I'm gonna change the streamer to new Elden Ring DLC to ruin your game. Elden Ring DLC first look. I think that's also true, but the reason why the community constantly asks about the same ults is because they feel at least partially dissatisfied with the value they got. It's also that some of the same ults are inherently unsolvable problems. It's not actually possible to have a perfectly balanced game with so many variables like this. They can't come up and say that either. Yeah, I keep saying that all the time. Like whenever people ask about, it's like, why don't they listen to the player base? Like, why don't they do this? Why don't they do that? I always try to explain to people that it's actually just not doable. Like whenever people think that somehow you can have perfect balance in a game, while also having like uniqueness and stuff, which like clearly that's just not a thing, right? But people somehow have this like live in this fantasy world where they think it can be done. And not only do they think that, but they also think it can be done in like all aspects of the game without any issues whatsoever. And then people also have this like narrow way of thinking where they assume that whatever they think about the game, the majority of the player base thinks about the game. I think the amount of people that actually can be subjective and understand that they might not be, that there might be different players that like different things, is insane. I'm certain that like more than 90% of the player base thinks that whatever they want, everyone wants. Or like the majority of the player base wants. Like, I swear this is true, I swear. You know when people always say, the top 1% ruin everything? First of all, people don't understand that whatever the top 1% wants might also apply to more than just 1%. Like, people somehow live in this imaginary world where 99% of the player base all want the same thing. All of them. 99%. They all have the same wants and needs in World of Warcraft. Literally, 99%, they all want the same thing. And then the top 1%, and there's a perfect cutoff, by the way. There's a perfect cutoff. That 1%, the top 1%, as soon as you're part of that top 1%, you completely change your mindset and you only want that different thing, right? So there's only two types of players. It's the top 1% and it's the other 99%. Only those two mindsets exist. And I swear there's people that think this way. And somehow they think that Blizzard caters the game around this 1%. Which is incredible. Like, to say it out loud makes it sound even more ridiculous. The fact that people can actually think this way. Like, it sounds fucking ridiculous. Imagine you're a company and 99% of your players all want the same thing and 1% want something else, and then you're like, you know what, yeah, we should do whatever the 1% says. Like, just the fact that people think this is how it works is just mind-blowing to me. Like, there's no flaw in this way of thinking, obviously. Like, this is literally how it works. It's so dumb. Exactly, Johnny. Yeah. It's the inverse of nobody asked for this. Yeah, where it's cool addition even if nobody asked for it. The funny thing is as well that when people say nobody asked for this, sometimes it might actually be true. Like, no one asked for... I actually think it might be true that nobody asked for Plunderstorm, right? Because Plunderstorm is such a different thing that the amount of people that really wanted this or like asked for this is probably incredibly low. I don't want to say it was nobody, but it was probably like a very low amount of people that actually wanted something like this. So in that regard, it's actually true that nobody asked for this. Doesn't mean that it can't be a cool thing just because nobody asked for it. But sometimes people say nobody asked for this when people indeed asked for it. It's just that, again, people are the center of their own universe, and they think that if they themselves have never heard anyone ask for it in their like 10 people bubble that they get surrounded by, then nobody asks for it, right? And people don't understand that most people that they spend time with in game have a similar way of thinking than them, because they surround themselves with those players that have similar interests. Because even if you know a lot of other WoW players, right? You will always know similar WoW players to yourself. Which makes so much sense, right? Like, all the people that I play with are high-end PvE players, of course. Because I like high-end PvE, so all the people that I meet in game that I spend time with and play with, they're also high-end PvE players. So whatever opinions those people have are going to be similar to my own opinions, because they do the same thing in the game. So this applies to any player. If you are let's say you're a casual player that likes transmog farming, then it's possible that a lot of people that you know in game have very similar interests to yourself that maybe are also casuals and also like transmog farming, right? Why? Well, because people play with others that have similar interests, right? So whenever you hear your friends' opinions of the game, they will all be very similar because they're all those same type of players. So when a change happens that nobody asked for, then it's nobody that asked for in your circle with your interests. Doesn't mean that nobody from the other people's interests asked for it, right? Just because you don't hear their interests or their opinions, because you don't have any people in your bubble that have those interests, which makes sense. Thanks for 2 months, if you can appreciate that. Thank you so much. Also, the thing with that nobody asked for it, I still don't understand why that would be a bad thing. Because if they would never introduce content that nobody asked for, then we would never get anything cool. Like, I'm not kidding. Mythic Plus, for example, no one asked for that. And we got it, and it's great. Solo Shuffle. I don't want to say that no one asked for Solo Shuffle, but people asked for Solo Queue, which is very different than what Solo Shuffle actually ended up being, right? Thank you so much for Raid Marcellian. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I hope you managed to get back safe this time. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Welcome, everybody. I hope you had a nice stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nobody asked for me, and I'm a blessing on your lives. You live in perpetual gratitude of me. Yeah, I didn't have any issues. Well, nothing worthy to talk about. But yeah, there's two people that lost their suitcases or their luggage on the way to London. Sko and Adeline lost their luggage, or it was left in Copenhagen, basically. And then there was someone else. Meow Marmelade. Yeah, there was a German content creator as well that lost their luggage. Which, I hear this so many times. Annie, for example, also had lost her luggage once. And I hear it so many times. And I still do not get an AirTag. Which is really stupid because David owns like 1 million AirTags. And I could literally just ask him for it. And I keep forgetting. And then whenever I'm at an event and I hear these stories, I'm like, oh, next time I should bring an AirTag. And then I keep forgetting. Thank you, Marcellian. Thank you, thank you, thank you. When is the next kitchen cam? That's a good question. Oh... yeah, I might actually do a kitchen stream on possibly Tuesday? Monday or Tuesday. Because the twins' birthday is on Thursday. And I might make cake pops for them or something like that. Bye, Marcellian. Have a good one. Thanks for the 3 months, Tanu. Thank you so much. Wait, it's 7! Is Alpha out? What do you mean it's 1 minute past 7 and I don't have Alpha access? Whoa, 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 whoa. This was not the deal. I can't believe it.
No.
It's funny because I don't know if we even get Alpha at all right now, or not.
No.
It's totally possible that we don't get Alpha today at all. Oh no. Well, I guess we're waiting. We can look at this window here for a while. I have Shadowlands beta, if you want to play that. Dude, can I log into Shadowlands beta? There's just no way, right? Oh, you can only uninstall. Unfortunate. I would have loved to play some Shadowlands beta. Wait, I actually have to restart my... Wait, it's actually out now? Wait, no shot. Wait, this was not all a lie? Seriously, yeah? Dude, I'm actually surprised that... If I actually have access now, I'm gonna be surprised. I thought this was all just made up. Okay, checking. Your subscription expires in 28 minutes. Oh. Wait, I don't have it though. There's nothing. Oh wait, maybe I have to go on this one. What do people actually like sit there and restart their client every minute or so? To check if they have access? Is that what people do? An announcement up in the bar? Oh, this one, yeah. I don't know what that is. It's just friend requests. Oh, gifts. What is this? I'm getting German. Gifts, look at that. Danke, dass du wow für 6 Monate abonniert hast. January 10th. Oh, really, Stable? The Moonkin. I talked about the Moonkin changes yesterday. A video will be up on my YouTube channel either later today or tomorrow. Oh, I hate that tree as well, Nano Roar. I definitely hate the treants thingy. That one really sucks. I'm not a fan of that at all. Lol, you and now are listening to the same song at the same time, and it tripped me out coming in here from his stream. Wait, that is actually really good. The tree's tree, yeah, that one. Yeah, I agree. That whole tree, like, there's so much wrong with that tree. I hate it. Not only is it weird that you're playing around forces of nature, like, that was already weird, but then you also have this talent that kind of forces you to cast Star Surge. Like, you just spend all of your Astral Power at once. I hate that too. Like, this one talent that makes you, like, Star Surge, you know? Without casting any other spell in between. Like, that one is also, like, ugh. I don't like it. No, there's only... Each spec only has 2 hero talent trees. Guys, where's my alpha access? They gave it to me. Stabler. The final dance. Yeah. Shut up, Johnny. I just can't believe it. I'm restarting my client again. It says you should get a game down if you're invited. I mean, yeah, first I would have to be able to select it here now. Wait, oh, like an email? Ah. I don't remember getting emails about that. But maybe. Give it all. I'm restarting. The gift for an extra notification? Nah, it's not in the gift box, right? I don't think so. Like, I think you literally just get access here. It literally just gives you the thing where it says the one within beta, alpha. At least that's how it worked in the past. Like, you didn't get like an email or a gift box or whatever. Well, at least not as like the first thing. Download manager next to the bell. This is not a download manager. What? This one? Here? Nah, this is a gift thing. It's not. It's certainly not here. I don't think. I mean, I've gotten alpha and beta access in the past, and it just showed up here. It was just here. It is possible that I got an email in the past, though. I don't remember that. Even though I lost it. No, like, guys, it's not that I have access and I can't find it. We just don't have alpha yet. The reason why it's not there is because no one has access to alpha. Because, okay, let me tell you this. So, the information that we get alpha access today at 7 p.m. was from the Americans. The American content creators. Because the EU content creators, me, Gingy and whatnot, that were invited to London, we didn't actually get the information when alpha is gonna, when we get access. Like, no one actually said it's gonna be tomorrow at 7 p.m. or whatever. No one said that. I was under the impression that alpha is gonna be released whenever the embargo lifts of our event. Because someone said to me, oh, don't worry about it. You will be able to play it tomorrow anyway at home. So I was thinking, oh, so we all get alpha access tomorrow. And this was on Tuesday. So I thought we would get access on Wednesday. But then we didn't get access. And then I watched the Ian interview with the Wowcast. And he did not say a date. He just said soon. So then it made me believe, okay, maybe it isn't actually. You know, maybe it's someday. And then the NA content creator said that it's today at 7. And now I'm not sure if they actually know that, or if they had that information like reliably, or if it's someone that just said, you know, the same thing that they told me. It could be 7 UK time. It could not be at all today. Or maybe they were aiming at 7, but since they didn't announce it anywhere, they're just, you know, delayed. Because just because they tell a content creator that it's going to be at 7, doesn't mean they have to actually do it at 7. If they don't officially announce it anywhere, right? So you could also just go live in 3 hours. I'm amazed that WoW content creators can read time. Yeah, same, in fact. Yeah, no one has alpha access yet. Alright. Well, I guess this whole hype was for no reason. Hmm. Sometimes the bot thinks it's a link if you put like a dot somewhere and then like a few letters after. Yeah, if Battle.net is a link, basically, yeah. What's this? When was this? Oh, 1 minute ago. Okay, let me restart again. No, there are no alpha giveaways. Alpha, there are no keys. There are no alpha keys. Oh man! Before, you know what would be hilarious? It would be so fucking funny if a bunch of people get alpha access, but none of the content creators. Like 0. Oh my god, now I kind of want that to be true. Dude, I want that to happen. That would be so funny. Just for the memes, yeah. That would be so funny. I would love that. The thing is, it would be hard to even figure out that it's happening. I mean, I'm sure we would know, but not that quickly. If I got access, I would start a streaming career. Yeah. When alpha is coming, public WoW build, Battle.net catalog update, account select for alpha, server sub. Okay, how long does that take, Mr. GM? I need a time frame. Update launcher again? Wait, what? Wait, I can change my battle tag. I mean, I don't want to, but it's good to know that I can. Alpha access is certainly not entirely random, no. There's some random component to it. Like, part of the access is random. But there's certainly also, like, people that are chosen to be playing. Like, content creators are for sure, like, chosen. Which makes sense when you think about it, because obviously content creators are much better players than anyone else. And they're much more capable, and pretty, which of course also matters for alpha access. No, what I really wanted to say is it makes sense that content creators get access because people can watch them play. So they have more access to feedback, you know what I mean? Because just because you can't play it yourself, you can still form opinions by watching someone play, right? So if content creators have access, they will have their audience be able to watch, and then their audience can already give feedback without having access themselves. So you get more feedback for, like, it's basically like a good value for Blizzard. And it's marketing, of course, too. So it's marketing value, and it's also just like you give one person access and you get feedback from lots of people. While if you give random people access, you give this one person access, and that's about it. You gotta practice your white people showing it off to collective millions of others. It's better than throwing alpha keys into the dark speech. That wasn't your best. Man, I still remember this one guy. Oh, it was so fucking funny. When I got Burning Crusade alpha access, or was it beta? I don't remember. Classic. So Burning Crusade Classic access. So I was playing Burning Crusade Classic on my stream, and then there was this guy who was like really angry that I had access, and I was like, "What do you mean? Like, why should I have access?" And then he was like, "Did you even play private servers? You're not a dedicated Burning Crusade player. You didn't play private servers." I was like, "Oh yeah." I'm sure Blizzard specifically invites the private server players to their beta access. Oh. Yeah, and then he clipped my reply and posted it to Reddit, thinking that people would agree with him how outrageous this was. And then nobody agreed with him in the Reddit thread. Everyone's just like, "Yeah, dude, she's right. You're fucking idiots." Oh, it was so funny. You know, it's bad when a WoW subreddit sides with the woman. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, creators are more... to an extent, right? It's not always true, but it is true that creators are also gonna have more time to play the content, which might or might not result in more like bug reports and feedback. Also, I guess it's also true that sometimes content creators give more feedback because like others are watching or bug reports. Like if I play beta and I encounter a bug and they don't report it, then people in my chat are like, "Why aren't you reporting this?" And they don't know that I reported this bug like before already, right? But they think, like, they are actually they get very angry if they see a content creator encounter a bug and not report it, right? Because then in their minds they're like, "Oh, I would have reported this bug, so I would have been a more valuable tester," right? I always think that people should report bugs as they see fit, though, because I'm not being paid for this. Yeah. Like, if I encounter a bug and I don't want to report it, that's it. I'm not getting paid to report bugs, yeah? It's not my fucking job. But I still do it anyway, because, you know, I want the game to be good, so I kind of just do it anyway, but technically speaking, I'd be totally free to not report the bug that I encounter, yeah? Just saying. Okay, let's try this again. Guys, we're so close. One more restart and I have it. You don't have auto login enabled? I mean, it's like one click, okay, Stable? It's one click. I can do that. You know what key we get on launch from season 4? How much key level it drops? I mean, no, they usually announce that before. It's pretty like patch specific. Like sometimes a key drops 13 levels, sometimes 10, I don't know, like it's always a bit different. So I'm sure they'll announce it, especially this time because we also have the key level squish kind of change. So I'm sure it's going to be different this time around. We're going to have to wait until the announcement. But I assume it's going to drop a lot. Like, probably around 20 levels. You literally can have a 0 key. Like, I'm not joking. If your key is a plus 20, you're probably gonna get plus 2 or something. Do people with the pre-order get to try the work within today? No. Yeah, DK. I love how the Shadowlands beta is in the development section, like we're not past that expansion. Yeah, this whole thing is a little bit of a mess here. I have some stuff in here for sure. Wait. Maybe I should test some Mists of Pandaria remakes. Wait, can you do that? Maybe I should do that. Oh, it's gone for you. Wow, that's interesting. Huh. Maybe it's because I haven't reinstalled the game for an eternity. Oh, it's closed? Oh. Like keeping you in a mouth forever? Ah, okay. Well, if we stare at this Battle.net screen for much longer, I think it will disappear. If we all collectively look at it very intensely. Okay, listen guys. Even if I get access right now, I would only play for 30 minutes and then I'm gone anyway. So, I'm leaving. I'm gonna play Alpha tomorrow. I hope it comes up later tonight, because then I can play it tomorrow. I'm actually online. This time, I'm not joking. Okay, hear me out. This time, I'm not lying at all. I swear. I swear I'm not lying. Tomorrow, I stream early, because I have to leave at 2 p.m. tomorrow. So tomorrow, I am in fact streaming early. I know I said this today as well. But tomorrow, I am for sure streaming early, yeah? I'm telling you, it's gonna happen. I will stream early tomorrow. Maybe 8 a.m. even. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. Yeah, 8 a.m. maybe. Latest 9 a.m., okay? I'm not lying. I swear. I swear, it's between 8 and 9 I will be streaming. It's gonna happen. But yeah, I'm leaving for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope we get alpha access soon. I'm sure there's other streamers that are streaming it, so you can, you know. I'm sure other people are gonna cover it if it's happening. I don't know what I do if there's no alpha access tomorrow at 8 a.m. though. Then I guess you're playing in Plus or something. I don't fucking know. But yeah, let me host somebody. And let's host Mike. He's watching interviews and content and stuff. But yeah, I'm gonna organize some things that I have to organize still to make sure that I'm gonna get that done finally. I'm gonna eat something and then I'm gonna sleep. At like 10 p.m. latest. God, it's already 7:30. Holy shit. Organize the next MissCon? I mean, if you would come here, I would organize it, yeah? It would be the greatest MissCon of all time. But you guys don't want to come here, so... What can I do? What can I do? Alright guys, thank you so much for watching. Make sure you follow my Twitch channel if you haven't yet. Check out my YouTube channel. I'm gonna post a video on my YouTube channel probably later today about what I think about the Moonkin talents in The War Within. And if I don't post it today, then tomorrow. Definitely check it out. And follow my Instagram. I posted some pictures and some stuff about the London trip if you haven't seen it yet. And yeah, thanks for watching. And I'll see you guys tomorrow at between 8 and 9 a.m. Right, Johnny? Yeah, a summer South Tyrol MissCon would be a good idea. Thank you, Johnny. No one else agreed with me because apparently, the flights are bad. Oh, well. Which is true, by the way. But yeah. Have fun watching, Mike, and I see you